the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Shalom, shalom. Come on in. Come on in. Blessings.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel.
Hit the like button, folks. Come on in.
In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still.
Come on, hit the like button, brothers and sisters. Come on.
To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim, from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the odds of Hawaii.
Come on, come on.
The Lord is calling back Israel.
He's calling back Israel.
The North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us.
They told us at what? At gunpoint.
Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A higher gather us in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, a highest gathering Israel, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, a highest gathering Israel.
All right, I'm getting it all together. Man, wait till you see what's going on with this broadcast this evening. Here we go.
Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. We be Judah.
That's who we need.
Negroes.
Judah the Negroes.
Benjamin, the West Indians.
Levi, the Haitians.
Manasseh, the Cubans.
Yeah.
From Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. From Panama, the North American Indians.
Simeon,
The Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High is gathering Israel. I'm Elder Rawchaa of the Gathered of Christ Church here along with Elder Lawya. I have him on standby here. I'll bring him in one moment. And yes, the Most High is calling back Israel. brace yourselves for a very, very important broadcast this evening. Topic: a new kind of war coming to the inner cities. A new kind of war. No one is safe. But here's the reality. If one don't understand Bible prophecy, you may get caught up in the wake of all of this and be destroyed. Let me tell you, Satan and the Satanists have pulled out every level of weaponry imaginable against God's people. You name it, whether it be biological, whether it be educational, political. But the majority of people believe it's just about money and all these other things. And no, folks, this is way deeper than that. Satan have pulled out all the stops to thwart what? The rise of the children of Israel. That's right. There will be a changing of the guard. And keep in mind, the Bible prophesies 4 separate empires. Listen to me and listen to me good. The Bible prophesies in the book of Daniel 4 separate empires before the promises of Abraham is actually given to his children. That line comes from Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Branches off to 12 tribes. Physical people who are under duress in the earth. So Satan is not just trying to destroy the children of Israel, our people. He's also going against all other ethnicity of people. Why? The other ethnicities who's choosing to help Jacob. Therefore, it becomes what? A battle between good and evil. So I'm going to break this down to its minute molecule this evening to have brothers understand and sisters understand the importance of prophecy. And if you want to believe the Bible isn't real and all that, go ahead, get caught up in the wake. But if you don't have the right tools and the proper tools to understand this prophetically, you're going to get caught up. You're going to believe what the enemy is thrown out there, and it will affect you and your children. Okay? But give it an opportunity today, even if you are skeptical when it comes to the Bible, right? Now, let me make this clear. I can understand to some degree why there's a lot of skepticism when it comes to trusting the Bible. Now, why? Not that the Bible is incorrect, right? Not that the Bible is incorrect. It's that how the Romans and other people and the Gentiles and false religion is how they've been mishandling the Bible as to why there's so many levels of skepticism. And from a layman standpoint, from a everyday person, right, who would normally just trust and go into the book like we did coming up, you're looking by example to the people who are claiming to hold this dear. And on top of that, you're seeing what? The hypocrisy that comes with those who believe or claim that they believe in the morality of the book, but yet they're showing something different. And that's more so the skepticism. And this is why Satan have put the authority of the Roman Catholic Church in position. Okay? This is why they did this, so that they can deceive you. And at the very end, deceive you concerning Christ in the Bible, so that there will be a mass mistrust at the very end of time when people actually need this information. They strategically got in front of this, took the moral high ground as God's people and claimed that they were the people, held the Bible and claimed that America and all these countries was actually built off of the morality within the book. only to double cross the people. Okay, only to have what? Levels of child predators, evil priesthoods, breaking the laws of God, perversions at the very interworkings of all these institutions that we thought were holy institutions. And they did this intentionally, folks, to break the trust of the people so that no one would actually have the information on how to protect themselves at the very end of all of this. Right? So here we go. The Gathering of Christ Church, myself, Elder Rawchaa, we're going in today with this lesson. Please hit the like button. I believe this lesson, this conversation we're going to have will be groundbreaking. Right? A new kind of war coming to the inner cities, folks, and it's here. We're going to deal with this on every level imaginable. Okay? To give brothers and sisters insight of how we got here. When I say how we got here, between the crosshairs, where the enemies of God and his people are in position to totally eradicate and to destroy our people or anything that's right in the earth. I'm going to go into how we got here and what we can do prophetically to navigate through this. Okay? Because guess what? None of us can escape the persecution that's coming. It's here. But you need to know the Bible in order to what? In order to be aware of their tactics, of their evil, deceptive, calculating aim towards destroying our people. You must know the Bible's narrative to actually navigate through this. And it's the reason why the Most High have sent teachers. Okay? And we're going to show you the importance of this Bible, okay, today. And understanding everything in the earth, geopolitical, and what's going on in these cities. Okay? Now, before I do that, before I go into that, right, I have to first, just for a couple of seconds, give you all an insight to where we're going at in the academy. Okay? Week 1 of the academy starts this coming Sunday. And if you're not a part of it, you're missing something. We're going to tackle and go into what? Spiritual growth will be the focus of all 12 weeks of this academy. Okay? Starting with the creation of the universe. Week 1, we're going into the creation of the universe. And when we go into this, we're going to show you first, that's right, the spirits on the outside of this realm. That's right, the angels, according to ranks. The angels according to ranks. There's good and there's bad, those who disobeyed the Most High from the beginning. The sons of God who came to this realm, the face of the deep. We're going to break it down to show you how this is a war being fought simultaneously, not just in our realm, earth, or the terrestrial realm, but the celestial realm. That's right, realm war. So there's two narratives going on simultaneous, two at the same time. There's a spiritual war that plays itself out in the physical for us to see. Well, you'll never understand this if you don't understand the creation of the universe and how the angels or the celestial beings were made first. Why am I going into this? Why am I breaking down the ranks of angels and all that? Well, brothers and sisters, I have to do this because why? The majority of the people in the earth are hand-tied when it comes to spiritual warfare. You don't understand. If you don't understand what's going on in the spiritual realm, we don't stand a chance against your so-called doctors or your sorcerers or your witches, because they hide behind the label of nature. Oh no, we follow nature, knowing the majority of people are ignorant to what they're actually into. They're into opening up gates to receive power from dark forces. And they're willing to sacrifice themselves and others to get power on earth. So you're being hand-tied if you don't understand the righteous side of this, because they're definitely on a regular basis calling on the dark side. Calling on the dark side. So if we're going to go into spiritual growth, we have to understand who's on our team. All right, right? Who's ministering for us? Who's working for us outside of this realm? And that's what I'm going into week 1, the angelic ranks. We're going to break them all the way down. So we'll know who's on our side and who your so-called doctors and others in this earth utilize, and why they hate the Bible and its narrative altogether. Because why? The Bible gives us insight to the dark lords they follow. Therefore, your so-called educated and all these others have no power over the righteous. Okay, a lot of these schools of academia are Roman temples, Greek temples under satanic ideology, hiding under the guise of education. Okay, this is why every narrative that they break out in school have one question the validity of the Bible. Oh yeah, 100 million years ago, 134 billion years ago, the earth, the universe was created. By who? The only reason they come up with these felonious dates that they cannot actually confirm as true, because those dates refute the timeline according to how the Bible says the universe was created. That's the only reason. There's no way you can prove that something was here 125 billion years ago. You can't even tell us the truth about our people today and what happened to us 400 years ago. You mean to tell me that I'm going to trust you claiming that the earth was made billions of years ago? Science in modern times is being led by the dark science. That's right, folks. The evil scientist, Satan himself. So week 1, spiritual warfare, the creation of the universe, and breaking down the ranking angels. Number 1. Number 2. Right? Number 2, we're going into week 2. Let me pull up here so I can give you some insight to what we'll be talking about. 1 second. Week 2, we're going into tracing the serpent seed. All right, to show you that there was another genetic system operating against the righteous bloodline of Seth. How they would use science and all that to begin to manipulate genetics to create a different type of being called Nephilim. Okay? And folks, it's no wonder that everyone is talking about genetics and today going into brain chips and others and speaking about morphing with machines. Folks, all of this happened before the flood. This is why the Most High destroyed the earth through water the first time. Well, we're going to talk about genetic manipulation, okay, pre-flood, the creation of a new being under their science that rivals, that's actually created to destroy man how the Most High intended, right? And while we're going into that, we're going to be exposing the dark forces of witchcraft. That's right. Week 2, we're going into the dark forces of witchcraft, folks, because these have become Satan's new children. Sorcerers and witches, they may claim that they just deal with the earth and I'm a naturalist, I'm a spiritualist. No, you are a child of the devil. Admit it. And we're going to break that down. Exposing the dark forces of witchcraft. The power of fasting and praying will be in week 12. Breaking down everything, breaking down the power of prayer and how to pray on the righteous side, using Christ, Moses, and the ancient prophets as examples of how to connect with the Almighty according to proper prayer and fasting. Okay, that'll be week 12. That'll be down the line, but we're going to include that. We're going to also go into man's purpose, God's wisdom intended for man. What are we here for as men? Why did the Most High create Adam? Are we walking in our purpose? We were made to judge the earth in righteousness. Okay? And we're going to talk about that, man's purpose. We're going to also, in this academy, tackle the purpose of a woman, using the Holy Spirit as the example. The Holy Spirit is the what? It's the righteous nature or the nurturing nature, the Most High, that's right, moved out of himself. That's right. The Holy Spirit, according to the Bible and other texts, let me tell you, it isn't a he for the Holy Spirit. When you go into the Greek, when it says the Comforter shall come and he shall teach you all things, it's not he when you look at the Greek. It's a kinos, which means that one. It's not he or she there when you look at the Greek text. It's a kinos. The Holy Spirit is wisdom, and wisdom is a she. It came from the Most High and bear record with the Most High. In the beginning, there's three that bear record. The Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and these three are one. They agree in one. That's the first family. Male, female, child. And you're not supposed to worship all three as separate entities, like the Catholic Church does with their statue worshiping and all that. That's paganism. We worship the Father. Ahaya is his name. In the name of his Son who was sent to die for our sins, Yeshua. And the Holy Spirit, the nurturing spirit, works all in all throughout the earth in total alignment with the Most High. Well, that's the mother's position, and that's the women's position. To work in tandem, not against the head. Not to challenge, not to debate, to work in tandem for the man's purpose. Okay? Not to fight for power, but understand your power is actually integrated in the man's power. That's your power is an extension from him, not the other way around. And we're going to break that down in the academy. How to apply the law through Moses. How to apply Moses' law through Christ. Israelites got this twisted. They believe that you got to follow Moses and just add Christ on and believe in Christ. No, you must follow the law according to Christ. You must filter Moses through Christ, not the other way around. And you can't claim following the law is baptism. You are a liar from the pits of hell, because Moses was told that another prophet would come like him of his brethren. And the Most High would use this man as he used Moses. Okay. A matter of fact, Christ led Moses out of Egypt. Okay. And that was before he was born in the earth. It was Christ who led Moses out of Egypt. He even followed Christ. Abraham followed Christ. Okay. All of the righteous followed Christ from the beginning, folks. So there's no way you can just look at Moses like you do in Judaism and seek to discredit Christ. And you know why they want to discredit Christ today? Because they know that Christ is the same bloodline as we are. We're from the tribe of Judah. We're from Judea. So we're going to dispel all these lies out there. And I'm going to have a special lesson solely focusing on the religion of Judaism and the Talmud. And you don't want to miss this lesson. You very seldom hear anyone explain the tenets of Judaism out there as if it's some guarded secret of what they believe. Well, we're going to break it down. And we're not going to break it down with just our opinion. We're going to actually have their rabbis tell you what it is. And at the end of the day, when it comes to being Israel, you can get with this or you can get with that. That's your choice. America has the freedom of religion, right? We're going to break it down at this academy. We're going into this academy as if it's the last one we'll ever teach. Okay? We're going into this academy as if it's the last one we'll ever teach again. And I hope you're there. Store up this information, your PDFs and all these others. Keep the information, keep the news. We got brand new news articles. We have right now, Rawchaa is overseas, is in England, but we're still going to get that news going to give some international perspectives of what's going on. Because why? The news is insulated, especially in America. It's contained news, and they're not really telling us what's going on from a geopolitical standpoint or a prophetic standpoint. These cities, America is in trouble. And we're going to talk about that in the academy. Before I go into this, folks, please do me a favor and hit the like button, please. Hit the like button real quick before I go into this. Okay, we're well over 1,400, so that's good. Hit the like button if you're just coming in, because we are about to go in. And speaking of trouble in the cities, right? Let me show y'all something, folks. Let me show y'all something. Trouble in the cities. How you doing, Elder Lawya?
Shalom. Shalom. I'm doing well.
You're doing well. Good to hear from you. Let's go in, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir.
Because I have a lot to unpack in this broadcast today. A lot to unpack, right? First and foremost, let's go here. Let's go here. While they're telling us nothing in these in our news, this is what's going on over in Israel right now. Black Hebrews. Listen to this clearly. A matter of fact, let me minimize this so y'all can see the whole thing here. That's great, right here. Black Hebrews in Israel face threat of deportation. Middle East. Now, folks, the Middle East term is a new, believe it or not, is a new geographic term. Okay? It's a new geographic term that was intentionally put out there to throw us off in the West. Because when you think Middle East, right, you think Arab, right? You think Arab. But no. Do you know that Egypt, North Africa, is also considered Middle East? So they threw us off with this Middle East term so that we don't realize that, folks, we're the Hebrews. We're the Hebrews, okay? And there's no such thing as black Hebrews. Let's just get rid of this altogether. Stop putting a negative term on our people. Okay, you're putting it out there as if there's some other kind of Israelite. Okay. Hebrews in Israel face threat of deportation. Folks, there's a lot going on over in Israel right now. And while they're over here, while others are over here liberal and all that, claiming equity and justice for all and all that they claim here in America. Right? But something is going on over in Israel. But what's going on over in Israel? Let me break it down for you, folks. There's troubles in all the cities, including in Israel and the so-called Middle East. I don't want to go too far off track, but here's what we have to focus on according to the Bible. Right? The Bible tells us in the book of Daniel, right? Let me read this real quick. And I heard the man clothed in linen, right? Which was upon the waters of the river, when he held up his right hand and his left hand unto heaven, and swear by him that liveth forever that it shall be for a time and a half. Now, this time starts with what? It starts with the birth or the advent of Christ being born. So it would be what? A clock on how long the Gentiles will rule, right? And it shall be for a time, times and a half. And when he shall have accomplished to scatter the power of the holy people, all these things shall be finished. Daniel was given insight to how many empires would rule before it's our turn. The Babylonian Assyrian Empire was actually shown to Daniel. It happened. The Persian Medo Empire. A matter of fact, we're going into the book of Daniel in the academy also, as a sidebar. Babylonian Assyrian, Persian Medo Empire, right? The Greek Empire when Esau began his power at the end of the world. And then the Roman Empire, the Empire of Christ, an Israelite, a Jew from the tribe of Judah like us, was born to take away the sins of the nation. And that would begin a what? A clock ticking down against Esau, the Roman Empire. This is why an Edomite, an Idumean by the name of Herod, the so-called great, wanted Christ dead. See? Because that was a Hebrew. He looked like us. He was brown like us. And the Idumean convert, evil Herod, wanted that child dead, knowing his prophecy. His prophecy was to do what? Eventually judge this empire. He shall have accomplished to scatter the power of the holy people. And it's speaking of the holy evil people under Satan. It's their position to keep us confused, scattered, and use us like pawns against one another, to scatter us. No sooner as we get our footing, they come in with something else to disturb us. And they've been doing this, folks, since the beginning of time, since they gained power. And we're not talking about some white supremacy. That's too ambiguous. We're talking about Edomite power. The Romans are Edomites. And then you have another faction of Edomites, okay, from the Herodian dynasty. Okay, these were the Edomites who were European Edomites who converted during the time of Hyrcanus. You read this in the Maccabees. These were they that were over the Sanhedrin and wanted Christ destroyed, being Edomites. Yeah, they were Jews, but they were Edomites. So every time we get our footing, you have some people come in to disturb us geopolitically. And because our people don't understand that we are targets, they get us every time. He shall have accomplished to scatter the power of the holy people, and these things shall be finished. Once they finish scattering us, at the end of scattering us, they were seeking to get our genetics, a database with all our genetics, and then destroy us altogether. Not just our people, but the 10 tribes also who came over the waters before the Edomites got here. We're talking about the Venezuelans, the Colombians. We're talking about the so-called Puerto Ricans. We're talking about the North American Indians. These are all from the lost tribes of Israel. Elder Lawya, you there?
Yes, sir.
Now let's get to where Christ talk about the scattering real quick, if you will, Elder Lawya. I'm going to bring you in real quick. Let's go to the book of Luke, where Christ prophesied our scattering. So it all must be accomplished where we're scattered throughout the earth with no idea who we were or who we are, until what? Until the Most High save us out of the hands of our enemies. See, I had to preface this first so you can understand the enemy's true objective. Every other person who's helping the Edomites, let me tell you, they're helping Edomites for the benefit of Esau, giving them some power. Okay? This is how Esau sustains his power. It's not really about the majority and them being the majority. Nah, it's about divide and conquer for them. And who's ever on their side, they'll consider them what? Alliances. They'll consider them friends, as long as they're willing to keep Edomite power as the number one objective. And we're talking about China. We're talking about these other places. Folks, Esau don't care. As long as you're for his side against us. And I'm setting the biblical narrative so that people can understand this is how you're supposed to go into the Bible. Stop going into the Bible from some emotional standpoint. Use the history and the prophecy of the Bible to understand where we are as what? As a tool for protection. Elder Lawya, let's go to Matthew real quick. Let's go to the book of Luke and read that for me real quick.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's the same.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget, go to historytimes.org. Week 1 of the Academy starts this Sunday. You don't want to miss it. I wanted to make sure I put that out there. historytimes.org. Let's go to the book of Luke, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. St. Luke chapter 21, verse number 20.
21 and 20. This is Christ. Don't forget. He told Daniel that there will be an enemy, Satan and his ministers, the Edomites and others, working to scatter our people. See? And then when it's accomplished, when it's finished, after they've accomplished this, they would seek to destroy us. But guess what? We're going to make it through this, folks. We're going to make it through. We just have to stand on the right side of judgment and understand who the target is. This is why they don't want us identifying as Israel. Because once we identify as Israel, what? We have a name to protect. We have a family to protect. We have a legacy to protect. They would rather us walk around in darkness believing we're black. That's nonsense. We're not black. We're not Negro. We aren't African American. You can't understand your part in this earth, why we went through what we went through being black or Negro. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. We're suffering because we're the people who were scattered under a curse until the Most High would bring forth an awakening. He would begin to shake those bones and wake us out of our graves. And guess what, folks? The witches and warlocks have been waiting for this time too. Okay? They call it the age of Aquarius. Well, no more of this soft war. No more pretending. Okay? Under their liberal satanic ideology, they're going to come out at front and oppose their enemies with a frontal attack. And that's what we're under right now. A frontal attack. No more soft attack. The witches and warlocks have taken a side. Let's read it, Elder Lawya. Luke 21 and what?
Verse 20.
Let's read it.
Yes, sir. St. Luke 21, verse 20. And when you shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh.
Now, for people who are fairly new, who don't understand the Bible, you would probably get confused according to about the history Christ is talking about here. This is history Christ is talking about. When we're looking backward, this is history. And when you shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies. So it's upon you, a believer in Christ, to go back in history to realize what time Christ was talking about. He was speaking about when the Roman army built a trench around Israel and wouldn't let us out in Masada and began to slaughter our people. Okay? These were Edomites. These were Romans who would be modern day so-called Europeans today. Okay? They came against Jerusalem, and that began the scattering. We ran into Africa. We ran into different parts of Madagascar. We ran into different parts of Africa, folks, and that's when the scattering began. And it was told to Daniel that when the scattering is finished completely, it's our turn. Today, folks, we're going to tell you, folks, what the scattering looks like. It's moving our people around like pawns to be destroyed, leveraging us off against one another. That's all part of the scattering. And we're going to give you some real-time political information so you can understand how it works. Because what we're talking about now, what Christ is talking about now, was policy of the Roman Empire. Policy. They was justified according to the political setup of the Senate during that time to do exactly what they were doing against our people. Okay? Nero fiddled while Rome burned. Y'all know what it's talking about. When the markets were destroyed and they blamed it on Hebrews. Come to find out, there was some history out there that said that they had some of the army of Rome dressed like Hebrews burning areas when you look into the annals of Rome and some of the history back there. Because they needed a political, moral high ground to target our people in Jerusalem. So there's many stories out there. Some people say that, that he was behind it, Nero, and some state that it was all organic. But we know the news was used as a pretext to destroy us in Jerusalem. It was today we would call that a false flag, something that's used to justify the system or the government coming against a group. And this is why when you see news out there, when they're focusing on one group and claiming they're bad, we must look at that with a side eye. We must look at that knowing history of how they justified destroying us in Jerusalem the same way. Right? Let's read it, Elder Lawya. Then let them, let's read 20 again. Yeah, you're on mute.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
St. Luke chapter 21, verse number 21.
Read the 20th verse again.
Yes, sir. Verse 20. And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains.
Let them do what?
Flee to the mountains.
Flee to the mountains. We started running. Now, the disciples and others were told this in advance, and we already began to establish what? Migration into different parts of the world outside of Jerusalem. We went into Africa. We went into Timbuktu. We went into different parts, the outer skirts, taking heed to Christ's warning. The Jews or the Israelites who didn't listen were destroyed in Jerusalem. See? So Christ told us that the Romans were coming against us. But you have to understand the political landscape that would have Rome justified in destroying our people. And folks, why am I going here? I'm going here real quick. Elder Lawya, I'm going to bring you back in for a second. I'm going here because this is why they promote our people as negative through their media. It gives them the moral high ground and justification to destroy us, to scatter us, to treat us as subhuman. It's the same modus operandi. This is what justified them treating us like dirt, because they promote us a certain type of way. They promote us less than. The same thing they did in Jerusalem. So we have to look at the people who are behind the machine. While they'll put so much money, finances, and so much energy into actually portraying our people a certain type of way. They wouldn't do it if it didn't benefit them. This is how they consolidate and keep power, by keeping us down. And if they promote us as dirt, guess what? It justifies other people who are now being let in the cities of our people who are already suffering. It justified them treating us the same. Right? A new kind of war coming to the inner cities. Elder Lawya? Here we go.
Yes, sir.
Here we go. Let's go down through it now. While they aren't saying anything about this in America, we need to tell you what's going on with our people who've been scattered. So don't claim that they're behind human rights and care about people, asylum seekers and others, when they're seeking to actually put the Hebrews out of our land. These are Israelites here. And guess what? Realistically, if our people understood prophecy, they would probably walk away from Israel right now anyway and take this as some type of gift, because in the war to come, the majority of people who is in Israel are going to have someplace else to go. They have a homeland. A lot of these people who have migrated into countries and made states and whatever the case is had an original origin. So I take this as something positive, but I also want to highlight the hypocrisy in this world who claim that they're behind human rights. Okay? That they champion human rights and how people should be equitably treated. When our people in Israel face a threat of deportation, and guess what, folks? There's more, the scattering. But before I go there, Elder Lawya, if you will, a new kind of war, right? A new kind of war. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Right? Compliments of black and white sports, fair use. The brother found this, and I just wanted to give him his props. Right? But anyway, another kind of war. What people would be behind doing this in our schools? Thank the Most High for this sister. Now, in this area for this classroom, Elder Lawya, brothers and sisters, this area in particular is predominantly Muslim in this particular area. Islam is a predominant religion there. Okay? Now, I don't know if this sister is a Christian or Muslim, whatever the case might be, but the other people that are coming over into these cities isn't having it. Isn't having it. Okay? Because you're not going to have this stuff like this being taught in the schools of these other countries. Check out what this sister did, Elder Lawya. Hats off to her. Fair use.
I don't know where this is, guys. Tell you the truth. I don't know where it's at, but this black woman here,
already looked into it.
And her son is actually in the class.
But I give y'all.
She ain't have none of this. Let's play this.
Hey, not.
Wait,
what are you doing? Not.
Stop
that. I am not paying I am not paying my tax money to support.
Get out of
this type of
now. You
Like, why do you have this hanging?
That's your mom.
And why do you have this hanging up? It can't be.
Mom.
It's part of the students. No, it's not part of anything.
She ripped the pride flag off the mat. This is supposed to be a history class, folks. So they've replaced the American flag with a new flag that's being championed by Americans. Fair use. I'm going to play it all the way through. Thank you, sister. Thank you. and this is what sisters and brothers need to be doing. You know, I don't advocate for any violence, but what they need to be doing is standing up for where their tax money is going. They need to be standing up. I don't advocate anything, but more sisters and brothers need to be more vocal concerning where their money's going. Fair use.
She ain't have none of this. Let's play this.
Hey! Not.
Wait, what are you doing?
Not.
Stop
But
that.
I am not paying
How dare you?
I am not paying my tax money
Get
to
out.
support
Get out of
this
this
type
classroom
of.
now. You
Like,
cannot
why do you
walk.
have this hanging? And why do you have this hanging up for kids to see?
It's part of the students here.
No, it's not part of anything. That is uncalled for. We are paying you to
Fair
teach
use.
history, and that's what you need to be teaching.
Yep.
Excuse me, this is a public school, little lady.
You are
Get out.
excused.
You are. Do you see what's on this flag? It's brown
No.
and
This needs
black.
to go exactly where it is, in the garbage.
You need to go in the
No,
garbage. Get
I'm
out.
teaching my son to.
Listen to this. Her child is in the class. And listen, of course, this is a person who identifies as a transgender woman as a teacher. Biologically born a man, but identifies as a woman. Okay, he has the right to do that, or whatever pronoun he or she they can call in, and I'll call him by that. I don't want to disrespect anyone. But all in all, a sister is saying, listen, that flag need to go in the trash. Now, that's her opinion. She sent her son to school to learn history. And this trans woman, that's what they call, or whatever, tell her that she needs to be in the trash. Folks, this is a different kind of war. This is a different type of war we're in the inner city. And I'm just showing you one level. We have to look at the psychological war and the war on or against morality. The war against biblical traditional principles.
Excuse me, this is a public school, little lady.
You are
Fair use.
Get
excused.
out. You are. Do you see what's on this flag? It's brown
No.
and
And I want to say all the videos I played today, we never was monetized. YouTube have never told us why even though they can advertise that why our channel cannot have monetization, because we do follow the rules. We believe in God. We believe in our right and freedom of speech. You understand? But for some reason, they won't allow us to monetize. It's okay. The people support the church nonetheless. But all in all, I'm saying fair use, educational purposes. Okay? We're not making money from this anyway. YouTube will not give us any of the monetization, even though we were one of the original content creators when YouTube first began. If it wasn't for content creators like us, there would have been no YouTube. It was the one place where we once were free to speak amongst each other without outside government influence. We started to realize that when we started talking to each other about natural things, regular scenarios, we realized really how all of us throughout the earth were believing the same thing, but what? But felt compelled to keep silent. YouTube afforded us the platform to know that, we're not crazy. There's others are experiencing this. We're under a systemic destruction. And one time, YouTube allowed people to speak freely, but I digress. Again, fair use for educational purposes only.
Need to go exactly where it is, in the garbage.
You need to go in the
No,
garbage. Get
I'm
out.
teaching my son to grow up to be a man.
Get
And
out.
I don't want you hanging on
All right.
flag,
I'm calling security.
hanging a flag up
I'm
for
calling
you to
security.
sit up there and teach them the type of stuff I'm trying to keep them away from.
I told you what would happen.
No.
I told you somebody
You
parent
don't
gonna
need
get
to
mad.
You need to be teaching history.
33, please.
No, you need to be teaching
You need
history.
to shut up
No,
and get out of
I'm
my
not
classroom.
getting
don't
out
talk
of
to my mom
nowhere.
like that.
I'm not getting out
You
going nowhere. Hey, no, you don't tell my son to shut up and fail. You talking to me. Your son is failing. My son ain't failing. He needs to be failing because you got a flag hanging up of you. Over the United States of America. You need you.
Yeah, that flag is cut.
Oh, yeah, Elder Lawya. Elder Lawya, before I go to the next, what do you think about that? Because, you know, a lot of people out there, now the machine is working to give all of our sisters a bad name, promoting wickedness and debauchery, right? Very seldom do you see the news and others promoting sisters like this, who's saying, well, listen, I'm working night and day to keep my children from all of this. And you're going to do this right under our noses with my tax money? Folks, is this what freedom looks like? But Elder Lawya, you have an opinion on that before I go to the next video?
No, sir. No, sir. We can go straight to the next one.
Okay. Where am I going? Now we're going to take a turn and go back. Because what we're going to talk about today is a scattering of the people. How they use terms to really move people around, politically and otherwise, to leverage people off against one another, targeting and destroying the children of God, like the book of Daniel stated. Right? Fair use. Now, even though a lot of this comes from places like C-SPAN and all of that, speaking of our tax money being spent, that's right, folks. You know that politicians are actually paid off of the workers' dime, right? They're supposed to work for their constituency. Well, Elder Lawya, there's a new type of war. And because our people don't know that we're the children of Israel, we've always been between the crosshairs, trusting those who have always destroyed us, right? Now, here you go. I think at this point, I believe this was Senator Biden from the great area of Delaware, not too far from where I grew up, right? I was born in Lake Charles, Louisiana, was raised in Philadelphia, a hop, skip, and a jump, you know, near the airport, past the airport, right? Delaware is almost part of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, right? Another place where a so-called doctor claimed you have a school for boys, and our people still haven't took them to task. You don't got a school, okay? And to show you, and the sidebar, that's another type of war, where you have a person being propped up who can talk well from our community, being given millions of dollars without having to show anything, in a time where if your intention was to teach boys, we're living in a time where they're breaking down brick and mortar schools in favor of online teaching anyway. So if it was his real intention, speaking of that so-called doctor, if he is one, if his intention was to teach boys and educate women, mothers and fathers and parents for their young boys to stop the school from prison pipeline, wouldn't he set up an online school and have a tuition paid, which is, you don't have to pay for brick and mortar. You don't have to no longer tell people, I need some money for lights. I'm going to get the HVAC in for 4 years now. You don't have to worry about no money for HVAC or try to use it as a grift to try to get more money. Oh, the lights on. Look, the toilet's flushing. Yeah, see, we're getting there. And Christ is about to come back. Okay? Now, believe me, Christ will be back before there's a school in Delaware. Speaking of Delaware, if your intentions were to teach young boys, you would break down and stop giving your opinion politically on anything else and set up an online school where you're actually teaching from a closet, if you would like, with the information, where the children can download the books and all that, because they're online now for what? That's for online learning. For every grade, Folks, the downloads for every grade is free online. From kindergarten to 12th grade. And the parents could actually take their children to take their own SATs every quarter. So if his intentions was to really teach boys, he would have stopped taking money altogether and set up an online school. Because right now schools are being what? They're being auctioned off. And guess what? A lot of schools now are being used for asylum seekers to house people who are coming into the country. So the time of using a brick and mortar as a grift or a con is over. You can't say you down for our boys when now the majority of people have adjusted to online teaching since the so-called pandemic. So if any brother or sister send that brother anything concerning that, that's on you. Do it because you like what he's saying, but let's be real. There will be no school. But I digress. Speaking of Delaware, okay? Check out this, Elder Lawya, 1991. Joe Biden. Fair use.
But let's look at the facts. Since 1986, Congress has passed over 230 new or expanded penalties for drug and criminal offenses in this United States. 230 new penalties. And these penalties range from an automatic 5 years in jail for any person caught with a rock of crack cocaine, a piece of crack cocaine as small as a quarter. I don't have a quarter with me, but if you visualize what one looks like, yeah, I do have a quarter. If you have a piece of crack cocaine no bigger than this quarter that I'm holding in my hand, 1/4 of $1, we passed a law through the leadership of Senator Thurmond and myself and others, a law that says if you're caught.
We passed the law. He leaned on it. He put his name on it. Okay. Biden stands by it. Stand by it. He put his name on it. This was his brand. Right?
Senator Thurmond and myself and others, a law that says if you're caught with that, you go to jail for 5 years.
You go to jail for 5 years. Okay? I was raised 15th and Diamond. I remember when powder was being turned into crack cocaine. I remember when my friends next door became drug dealers. At the same time, white people from the suburbs and all that were using the same quantity of cocaine that would make crack and was snorting it on campus and would not even get 1 day for the same amount of cocaine. Temple University was right up the street, folks. I was literally raised a block away from Temple University. And I went to the parties, growing up. Okay. The college parties and all that. Let me tell you right now, them white boys was snorting. They was coming in, getting stuff. They would even get crack cocaine in Philadelphia and get caught. And the cops would let them go if they were, if they weren't from the community. I remember that. Okay. I remember this. 1991. And he says, if our people, because they were speaking about us, is caught with our men, caught with cocaine the size of a quarter, you go away for 5 years. Imagine, what can happen to you in jail? No one go to jail for 5 years and come out the same. No one. You got to protect yourself from rapists. It's a whole different environment. Gang war, dissension. You have to watch your back at every end. Then you have to worry about what's going on with your family on the outside, not having power to protect your family. Joe Biden did this.
You get no probation. You get nothing other than 5 years in jail. Judge doesn't have a choice. Now,
Hold up. Judge doesn't have a choice. You mean to tell me that this is constitutional? Leaving someone for dead in jail for 5 years? Think about this. And a lot of these children, these people, were dealing with psychological issues. This is how you deal with a person? Why not put money into what? Rehabilitation. Helping it where they don't have to choose the drugs. Oh, slave labor. And at the same time this is happening, the corporate entertainment structure is now beginning to push gangster rap, where there's some connection between the corporations and the prison complex to drive the music of total immorality, knowing that there's an eventual chance that our people, men in particular, would be packing these jails. So the judge don't have a choice. He became the judge. And guess what? Clinton, Democrat, the 1994 crime bill. It was all of them.
the fact of the matter is, we've gone from there all the way up to saying, under the leadership of Senator Thurmond, and I'd like to suggest that I take some small credit for it myself as well, and others, the presiding officer, that there is now a death penalty. And we passed it a couple years ago. If you are a major drug dealer involved in the trafficking of drugs and murder results in your activities, you go to death. And a number of other severe penalties. We changed the law so that if you are arrested and you are a drug dealer, under our forfeiture statutes, you can, the government can, take everything you own, everything from your car to your house, your bank account, not merely what they confiscate in terms of the dollars from the transaction that you just got caught in.
Now, check that out, folks. And folks, if listen, I know some people who's in the academy, right? Annette, if you're on here, you can call in. You live only what? Man, she only live one door next to me. She's in the academy. Okay. Annette, if you hear me, Lucille, if you hear me, call up and verify everything I'm saying here. Because why? I remember drug dealers who were taken. And even though they were doing bad, they had enough money where at least their family could be okay. Right? That if they had to go away or even die in jail, at least their children had something that they can use the money to turn it into something right. But no. They was at war with not just a drug dealer. Think about this, folks. If they confiscate your cars, your houses, what do your family have for generational wealth? Huh? Now, even our sisters was left out there barren with nothing. You know, and I'm not going to say it's justifiable with them being with a drug dealer. But what's the difference between what's going on in our neighborhood and how the Italians were able to come over here and deal with all types of negative warfare, drugs, and all of that, only to turn their money clean to become upright citizens with that same blood money? They became politicians with that same blood money. You didn't confiscate their houses. So I need y'all to understand how this works politically, folks, because that child from that man who went to jail shouldn't have to suffer because his father did wrong. If there's some money that his father sacrificed for his children, it should be the children, and have that child have an opportunity to do something right with that same money. So we speaking truth. We speaking facts tonight. Okay, we in here thick too. What we got about 2,000? Listen, wait till y'all see this broadcast. A new type of war. We got about 1,900. Wait till what I'm going to show y'all, folks. Hit the like button, please. This thing is we're about to go all the way in here. Hit the like button.
Up to saying, under the leadership of Senator Thurmond, and I'd like to suggest that I take some small credit for it myself as well, and others, the presiding officer, that there is now a death penalty. And we passed it a couple years ago. If you are a major drug dealer involved in the trafficking of drugs and murder results in your activities, you go.
Oh yeah, there's a new type of war. And understand, brothers and sisters, you heard this first. You see how they take drugs and have a double standard on how their children are treated compared to ours? And they'll lock us away and leave us for dead for 5 years? Folks, I always like to use this R. Kelly thing as an example. Even if R. Kelly's 100% wrong, okay. If he did what's wrong, you reap what you sow. Good. But I want y'all to check this out, folks. Don't look at the act. Look at the law being passed because of the act. You heard it here first. What is the new thing on social media now? What is the new thing on Instagram when someone drop into a DM, they call it? What are the women saying? I want to be flued out or flown out or whatever they say flew out. Well, folks, you heard it here first. You heard it here first. You know what they put on the book for R. Kelly was a RICO charge, claiming that it was a cross-state criminal crime because it happened cross-state. Brothers, look at what they have on the books. Has nothing to do with R. Kelly. You fly a woman out and she feels scorned or hurt or feels she didn't get the right end of the deal with wanting to be with you, and they can prove 1 or 2 women you flew out from other states, they can put a RICO charge on you. The only thing they have to do is get 2 women who flew out from a different state to agree that you did something. Folks, this is how they're going to get basketball players, football players, because they have the upward mobility and finances to help our community. That's what's on the books. And don't have to be a black woman. It could be any woman now. They can get 2 women after seeing what happened with Bill Cosby, after seeing what happened with R. Kelly. Folks, it's on the books. RICO charge have nothing to do with cartels anymore. RICO charge is when a woman feels scorned and she came into another state to deal with you. And if they can get 1 or 2, 3, 4 women together to say, I flew out with this basketball player, this football player, they now have the president to bring you into New York and give you a RICO charge. Watch what I tell you. Cut it, paste it, hold it. Remember, I told y'all this. It's all about targeting us, folks. So I'm not looking at the action of R. Kelly more so than the law that's on the books that will be there well after R. Kelly is no longer with us. Okay? Remember, I told y'all this, folks. Brothers, watch flying girls out. Flying people out and all that. You shouldn't be doing it anyway. But guess what? They're going to keep tabs on this. In years, when you're about to retire with your money, some girl you flew out who you barely known is going to be on one of these view shows or one on TV crying about a basketball player, be it Ben Simmons or somebody else flew them out. And then it's going to be a floodgate of women with a lawyer next to them coming after a settlement. Watch what I tell you. You better be careful. I digress. Thank y'all for hitting the like button. Y'all doing a great job. You know the algorithm. Y'all need to draw it here because we're about to show y'all something. Come on, let's go.
Go to death. And a number of other severe penalties. We changed the law so that if you are arrested and you are a drug dealer, under our forfeiture statutes, the government can, take everything you own. Everything from your car to your house, your bank account.
So that there's nothing for your children. Folks, they packaged him with Obama on purpose. Okay. We should have asked more questions when it came to Obama, folks. Where did he come from? He didn't get it from the dirt like us. What corporate money was behind him? Were we going to back him simply because he was a black face? And they packaged him with Biden. Think about that for a moment. With all of this history of locking our young men up, and now women are saying there is no men. Well, folks, if a large demographic of our men were taken away for 5 years, what sisters are going to do? Just, in the hood, you can't wait. You need someone to take care of you. Destroyed a whole generation of people. I was back then when it happened. I never chose to do it, but guess what? I have family members who suffered under the same thing he's talking about right here.
Not merely what they confiscate in terms of the dollars from the transaction that you just got caught engaging in. They can take everything. We have laws in the last several years where we don't.
Let's take everything so that there's nothing left even for his children, his sons, his daughters. His children didn't do anything wrong. Why should you put him away for 5 years and take anything the family needs to survive in a dog-eat-dog world that you have created?
Don't allow judges discretion to sentence people. Flat time sentencing. You get caught, you go to jail.
You get caught, you go to jail. Now, that's the United States. I'm going to tie this all in. Elder Lawya, 2013. Chavez mysteriously dies. Right? Venezuela. We're going to leave the United States. We're going to go to Venezuela. Follow me here because I'm going to bring you all on a ride. I started off with Biden. Now we're going to move up to 2013. The agony of Hugo Chavez. Details emerge of his final days. Folks, it is Chavez. Venezuela, Hugo Chavez slid into a coma the day before he died of a what? A respiratory failure? That sounds eerily familiar. This isn't 2020 or 2021 here. This is 2013. A respiratory failure, and after that, guess what? Cancer began to spread into his lungs. So something is going on where there's a fast respiratory thing happening, and there's something that's making a cancer virulent in the body, which killed Chavez, according to reports. This is not conspiracy. This is from Reuters. Mainstream media, and I'm going to tell you, we go into the news geopolitically, and this is why you got to come into this academy. You don't understand prophecy unless you can understand the politics of the world, okay? But let me take y'all, come down this proverbial rabbit hole, if you will, with me, right? Hey, folks, do you know that Venezuela was the jewel, one of the jewels of South America? They were doing well under Chavez, the Venezuelans, they'll tell you. Very well. And as soon as he died, they put Maduro in position, right? And look what happens. Years later, a few years later after Chavez's death in Venezuela, fair use. I'm going to show you how the Bible talks about the scattering of the people. They were doing well on oil and all of that. The Venezuelans were one of the most booming economies in the South, in South America. Oh yeah, Venezuelans are from the tribe of Asher, mind you. The tribe of Asher, of the 12 tribes of Israel. Fair use.
I've spent 4 hours in line here to buy bread, to be able to eat because
She spent 4 hours in line to buy bread. A few years after the death of Chavez, there's what? Food shortages and lines for the people. 4 hours to get bread, folks. It wasn't like this under Chavez.
I've spent 4 hours in line here to buy bread, to be able to eat because there's no food. I was in a line this morning from 5 a.m. and at 11 a.m. I couldn't buy anything because there was nothing left.
We give just one bag per person so we can have enough for everybody. Look how many people are in the line. If I sold them more, a lot of people want 3 or 4 bags. There wouldn't be enough bread for the others. The situation, well, can't say it's good, but we all have to eat. We all need to do something to live.
Food shortages right after Chavez. A few years after that, they started suffering. The economy went to nothing. A new person put in place. Someone questions whether or not who he was and why he was able to actually gain that position. There's questions out there. But let me fast track this now. The scattering of a people, right? Folks, I need y'all to listen to this. Now we're going to move up to 2020 right after the election. President Biden is speaking to our so-called civil rights leaders. Check out what he says. Fair use.
Welcome to Deconstructed.
Black or white, who called it
Richmond, who Biden has named an assistant to the president. In many ways, it was a Zoom call like any other.
Zoom call.
Can't hear you, Cedric. You're on mute.
It also included a few Biden-esque boasts.
I'm the first person, black or white, who called attention to the fact that you were finding that there was the rate of people who were African Americans who are dying was 3 times that of white people. I don't carry around a stamp on my head saying progressive.
So he said black people were dying 3 to 1 rate during the pandemic. He said this on the call. And this is why he want to put resources into making sure we take the stuff. Okay? So he cares so much about us that for the medical thing, he didn't mind pushing that, right? This is what he's telling the civil rights leaders after he promised to do something for our people. Listen, after he was already voted in. All right? He told Ice Cube in no uncertain terms, kick rocks. I'll talk to you after the election. He told so-called Charlemagne, he is no God. He told him, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Remember that? No soon as he got in. Now remember the 1991 guy, right? Listen to this.
and I'm AOC, but I have more of a record of getting things done in the United States Congress than anybody you know. Anybody you know.
He got a history of getting things done better than anybody they know. Oh, yeah. Look at 1991. He can get things done all right.
Some Biden cringe.
By 2040.
Listen to this. By 2040, he says, on a Zoom call filled with what? Civil rights leaders. And I believe Reverend Al Sharpton was on the call too, right?
This country is going to be minority white European.
It's going to be minority white European.
Hear me? Minority white European. And you guys are going to have to start working more with Hispanics.
And you black people here better start working with the Hispanics. It's as if he knew something. You're going to have to start working with this is how he's talking to so-called black Democrat leaders. You're going to have to start working with the Hispanics.
Who make up a larger portion of the population than y'all do.
And some Biden temper.
Oh, man, you hear the bass in his voice? He's like, get in line, okay? This is where we're going. I'm going to show you the direction of the country. Even though you're the people who got me in position, you're going to have to start getting behind the Hispanic people. Folks, what is this doing? This is leveraging one side of our people off with the other. I'm going to show you. I want y'all to check this out. What this is doing, now mind you, hold on, let me put this here. Mind you, I showed you how South American countries were doing well with Chavez, and then afterwards, not so well. And now he's telling our people who have always voted them in, not realizing the Democrats are the party connected with the KKK from the beginning. So the KKK, they probably just take off the whites and the hoods and go run for office and become a Democrat. But I digress. Man, he's scolding them like children after rallying our people to support him. Check out what he says to them. Listen to this and listen to this good. And what they're doing is leveraging off our people who are from the 10 tribes against us. And this is not the first time Esau have done this. Politically, before 1620, folks, when the North American Indians were demanding equitable treatment, Issachar from the Mexicans were what? Asking for right treatment. And the Bible tell you that they broke every treaty. What did Esau do? He put his money behind the transatlantic slave trade to bring us over into the country to leverage them off politically and financially. He didn't have to negotiate with these tribes now. He could cut them off by having us work for free. Sounds familiar? Sounds familiar? So instead of what? Haggling with the people who outnumbered them here politically, he stifled them economically by bringing in slaves and had them do the work. And therefore, for plantations, rice crops, tobacco, be it whatever we were growing rice, the best rice growers. I don't know how China become known for rice when it was us who showed them how to make rice crops. Folks, they leveraged us off against them. Do your history. So now Esau is doing the same thing. He's always been the minority. The book of Obadiah says he have made Esau small among the heathen. The only way they make themselves the majority is by dividing people through groups, in group lines. If you can divide someone according to gender, according to race, or whatever the case is, by default, regardless of your religion, you become the minority as just being white. You become the majority, you become the majority just being white, But there was always the smaller amongst. The Bible tells us this. But they use this victim, I'm small, to leverage off politically, to stifle Israel, our people, from coming into any level of generational wealth and power. And they're doing it again. And check out. Now, let me tell you, our leaders, so-called political leaders, come in our neighborhood and just talk anyway to us. But check out what they do in the presence of Biden. Fair use.
On a stamp on my head saying progressive and I'm AOC, but I have more of a record of getting things done. And you guys are going to have to start working more with Hispanics, who make up a larger portion of the population than y'all do.
And
look at that. He's like, shut up and follow what I'm saying. Y'all gonna have to work with the Hispanics because they larger than y'all. Now, I wonder how can he conveniently switch our numbers to become lower than the groups he's leveraging us off with. I don't know. Because out of nowhere, sickness began. A lot of people were laid to rest. And automatically, room was made for others. I don't know. Coincidental? I don't know. Could be a coincidence. Right? So he told him what?
It was 3 times that of white people. I don't carry around a stamp on my head saying progressive and I'm AOC, but I have more of a record of getting things done in the United States Congress than anybody you know. Anybody you know.
Some Biden cringe.
By 2040, this country is going to be minority white European. Hear me? Minority white
They've
European.
always been minority.
And you guys are going to have to start working more with Hispanics, who make up a larger portion of the population than y'all do.
And some Biden temper.
Let's get something straight.
Let's get something straight. Shut up and follow what we're saying and get behind the other people because that's where the money's going. Now, why is that a problem for our people? Well, who cares if you fought in the wars? Who cares if you died freeing others during World War II? In every war, our people shed blood. Our people worked. Guess what, folks? Civil rights wasn't a wasn't a gimme. It wasn't a handout. It was what was deserved for what we sacrificed. Right? And I'm speaking from a political standpoint. There wasn't no favors. And now they say, listen, all of that was for nothing. You take what we give you and you get behind, as if they knew, if they was emboldened to now take American finances to back non-Americans. Listen to what we're showing you here. Now, Venezuela 2023. Fair use.
The numbers of migrants illegally crossing the U.S. southern border is approaching record numbers again tonight. Meanwhile, the Biden administration also announced a controversial new policy that will allow nearly 500,000 migrants to temporarily stay and work in this country.
500,000. So this seems like what? This is an engineered replacement. How did he know in 2020 that the Hispanic population would begin to outnumber our people, especially in the inner cities? 500,000 people with work permits now? And folks, I traveled all over the world. You know what it takes for an American, myself in general, or even you, even a white American. You know how long it takes for them to go into another country to get a work permit? You know the red tape you have to go through? Because number one, they deem Americans as threats because Americans are more savvy and can move up based on our upbringing and all that well beyond the majority of people in their specific countries. Okay, it's just something about being an American when it comes to the mindset of capitalism that's a threat to when you go into another country. Automatically, you can capitalize above village people. So they say, no, you can't get a work permit here. You can't even invest in a business here unless you take one of our people and put them on a deed with you. What, they're going to give me money for this? What, are they going to put in money? No, they're not going to put in money. They're citizens. So automatically, if you get a business, they become rich with you. I know how it works, folks. Nowhere in the world can someone go into another country that's an American, black or otherwise, and set up a business and get a work permit first day. What are they engineering here? Fair use. And folks, I'm putting y'all up on some real good information tonight. Hit the like button. Fair use.
U.S. southern border is approaching record numbers again tonight. Meanwhile, the Biden administration also announced a controversial new policy that will allow nearly 500,000 migrants to temporarily stay and work in this country. Morgan Chesky has late details.
A new kind of war. Tonight. What is this, folks? This is going to lead to urban warfare on a level none of us can quantify. This is Bible prophecy, what's about to happen, folks. So now the Venezuelans conveniently became broke after the death of Chavez. Now they have to become asylum seekers to survive. And under the Biden administration, 500,000 get work permits, which means there's jobs waiting for them coming over the border. So what about our people? I'm going to show you. They got a plan for us.
In Eagle Pass, Texas, officials say they're overwhelmed. The town now under a state of emergency in response to a massive migrant surge. In just 24 hours, 2,500 migrants crossed illegally. The mayor issuing a call for more help and resources.
We need to do something to control the situation. This is not normal. It is not normal for thousands of people to simply be walking in a line without...
It's normal for Esau. Esau knows exactly what he's doing here. He don't care if you complain. There's a plan here. Okay.
Consequence.
Nationwide, the border crisis is growing. On Wednesday, a Border Patrol official tells NBC News nearly 9,000 migrants crossed illegally, approaching the record high of more than 10,000 set in May. Tonight, President Biden is sending 800 more troops to help Border Patrol with logistics and processing migrants. The migrant surge so sudden.
He's not sending troops to stop them. He's sending troops for processing. Right? Now listen, they were free to operate and actually come across. There was no border until Esau came and made one. But still, there's laws when it comes to travel and trade now, right? And these people, after being made to starve, are seeking a better life. I don't blame them for seeking something better after what have happened to them through the death of Chavez. So I'm not blaming them. Someone told them, a big bullhorn went off in Venezuela and South America and say, listen, there's a fire sale in America that they're selling out their own people and giving everything to everyone else. Pick up our family and go. They blame America for what? The shortages and the political disruption of their country, and they feel a need to come into America to take it from the people who have caused civil unrest in their country. If you speak to them personally, they feel justified in doing it. They say, listen, it happened to us. Now it's about to happen to you. Okay. So they feel justified coming over and taking whatever resources that are left. Look at where I'm going at.
Authorities shut down the international bridge here.
Come on.
So staff could process thousands of men, women, and children. We found many left Venezuela to make the treacherous journey.
¿Cuántas personas de Venezuela?
They went to Venezuela, folks. Listen. Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that. 2013, Chavez dies. The economy was booming in Venezuela. Now they're marching in the country. I wonder why they're marching in the country, Elder Lawya, and I'm about to go there. Here we go. ABC News. I wonder why. New York City, Eric Adams says that without major policy changes and additional support from the state and federal governments, caring for asylum seekers may cost the city over $12 billion over 3 fiscal years, right? Check this out, folks. I need y'all to, you want to know how much money is going here? Check this out. Check this out. I need y'all to check this out. Let me go down here and give you the amount of money. Look. Listen to this. The mayor of New York. He said it cost the city $383 a night per migrant family that the city cares for. It's projected that the city will spend $3.6 billion a year, but that's only at the current rate. You know what I did, Elder Lawya? I pulled up a calculator, right? I pulled up a calculator here. $383 per night for their families. Work permits and $383 per day. You know what I did? Now think about this, 500,000 people broken down in families. How much money is that? 383. Now we know it's 364 days according to a heavily calendar year. 52 Sabbaths. But what we're going to do is we're going to multiply this by the modern day calendars of 365. Right? Check this out, folks, per family. $139,000. $139,795. It rounds off to $140,000 per family. So they can walk over the borders poor and come over upper class. Now, if someone told you they was going to give you and your family $140,000 a year off of the dime of some other people who paid taxes, wouldn't you walk into America or any other country? Think about this. $140,000 per family. Why are they doing this? At the same time, they're telling us there's nothing for our people in our communities. Same time. Same time. This is another type of war. $140,000 per year per family. At the same time telling our people in America who built the country, nothing for you. They're not even giving white Americans $140,000 a year. Citizenship. These are the replacements for those who have given up on the party. And guess what? It's almost a bribe to come in to keep both sides of the eagle flying. Because you need both of those parties supported religiously under a spirit to continue. But I digress on that. Look at the numbers, folks. Did y'all know this? Did y'all know this? Getting that academy, a lot of things we break down when it comes to news. Y'all see this? And they're telling you, look how he talked down on the so-called civil rights leaders. Shut up. Support the Hispanics. And don't forget from 1991, what they did to our sons, my brothers, my family. Y'all didn't know this, did you? For those who didn't know that this is what's going on in the inner cities, I need y'all to put in the chat a question mark. Put it in the chat if you didn't know this before tonight. A question mark. That you had no idea that this was going on. Put a question mark in there. I mean, do you blame them for coming over? They're getting guaranteed jobs. Citizenship is to toe. They're going to get citizenship. And a lot of these people could be voting in the election. Watch. Look at this. Alan Barnes said, look at this. Look at all our people. They had no idea. Look at this. You see this, Elder? Look at this.
Yes, sir.
Question marks all over the place. Look at this. A 500,000 people, folks. Now, some would say it's a coincidence that a lot of people pass during the sickness a few years only to make room for what we see now. It's just a coincidence, but it's happening nonetheless. All right, look at this. Now, go into the next portion of this, a new kind of war. Folks, you got to know when you got to know when warfare. Okay, there's financial warfare too. All of that. The same time that they claim they can't give our people who built the country, the descendants of slaves who are from the tribe of Judah, freemen, that they cannot give our people reparations. They still talking about panels on reparations. I need y'all to think about this. They still kicking it around as a topic. Well, we need a study on it. Where was the study for the Ukraine war? Billions of dollars. Now, some people are benefiting from all of this because you need what? You need certain people that are put over programs to process these people. And guess what? Usually it goes to other minority groups that are minority. And guess what? And guess what? Guess who else is a minority? White women are a minority. See? So if there's a minority contract to actually process these people, who do you think they're going to choose? A white woman who's a minority or you? Gays are a minority. So if there's a white gay man who's a descendant of a plantation owner, because he's a minority, he can be put in position over social programs and all of that in our community. Who do you think they're going to give it to first? Any programs doling out billions of dollars? You think they're going to give it to a gay white man or you as a minority, as a so-called black person? So that's the minority game they play on you. We do this for minority. No, guess who first in line? Guess who's at the back of every line? The tribe of Judah. See? I'm giving y'all some insight geopolitically how the scattering of Israel happens, right? Now, check this out. Check this out, Elder Lawya. I'm going to play this now. Fair use. While that's happening, something else is going on. And don't forget, this is the guy who put away my family, people on Diamond Street, Compton, in California, Chicago. But in particular, I remember the crime bill and how it affected and decimated our community. And after, let me tell you, after, folks, right after the crack epidemic, the whole block I lived on, we were like family. It was to a degree growing up in the 80s and 90s. Folks, when you grew up on a block, you started to believe that these people living on your block were cousins. That's how close we were. And after the crack epidemic, throwing people in jail, taking property, don't you know right after that they were able to dismantle the whole block? The whole block was dismantled. And then guess who came in and swooped in and took all that property? Temple University. Now what we have, fair use. If you think this news is something, be in the academy this Sunday, folks. Please. First week, we're gonna be dropping some serious info there. Of course, you know, we're limited to what we can say here, but I wanted to give y'all some insights. Check this out.
Disturbing analysis on homelessness in the U.S. coming from the Wall Street.
So the same time they're giving $140,000 to those who are coming over the border, look what they have for our people. Fair use.
A disturbing analysis on homelessness in the U.S. coming from the Wall Street Journal. After reviewing data from around the country, the journal says that there has been a record increase in the unhoused population this year. The article says the homeless figures are up roughly 11% from last year. That's the biggest recorded increase since the government began tracking those numbers in 2007. It says the surge reflects the basic unaffordability of housing across the U.S., a lack of affordable rental units, and the continuing opioid crisis. Those issues are no longer mitigated by COVID relief funding. Cities in the southeast region of LA County are enacting rent control measures to combat rising rents. These are in so-called gateway cities, including Maywood, Bell Gardens, and Cudahy. They are populated largely by Latino and migrant workers. California enacted a statewide law that limits most annual rent increases to 5% plus inflation. However, local activists are saying new landlords are trying to charge more.
Folks, they're telling us that they have nothing for our people who are suffering.
A disturbing analysis on homelessness in the U.S. coming from the Wall Street
Homelessness
Journal.
rising in the U.S.
Data from around the country, the journal says that there has been a record increase in the unhoused population this year. The article says the homeless figures are up roughly 11% from last year. That's the biggest recorded increase since the government began tracking those numbers in 2007. It says the surge reflects the basic unaffordability of housing across the U.S., a lack of affordable rental units, and the
Now, what do you think? Hey, I bet you this guy's life would change exponentially if you gave him $140,000. Nothing for the people who built the country. This is warfare. I'm going to show you where this is going. Right? Kensington and Allegheny. Kensington and Allegheny. Right? I'm very familiar with this. My brother used to live about, 5 blocks away from here, believe it or not. Fair use.
Everyone knows how harmful drugs are, right? But do you know what is even more harmful? The rise of synthetic drugs produced in China. The abuse of Chinese synthetic drugs has reached alarming levels in the United States in recent years. These substances are causing the worst drug crisis in the history of the United States. More than 1,500 people per week die from taking
1,500 people die per week taking fentanyl. The same time people are coming into the country, drugs are being just callously. Now, don't forget, folks, they have what? They have factories for fentanyl in China. You can't have that in the United States. But now it's killing our people, right? Targeting not just black people, but white people and other races of people too. You want to talk about another form of warfare. Where's the crime bill for this? Huh? A matter of fact, for those who probably forgot about this, remember no soon as that administration got in, that they were giving out drug paraphernalia to make sure that drug dealers use clean needles and clean crack pipes? Oh, y'all forgot about that. Huh? Y'all probably forgot about that. Okay, let me type it in real quick. Let me type it in. Remember this? Now they told us, right? They told us, right? They told us, right? Listen to this clearly. They told us that if you were caught with crack cocaine the size of a quarter, then you're going to jail. 5 years, the judge can't say nothing out of Biden's mouth. Let's see this. Listen, Biden. Here you go. Biden gives out. I'm just going to type it in. Crack pipes. Let's see what comes up here. Uproar, New York Times. Uproar. Hold up. Listen. No, we can't do this. Let's do it right here. New York Times. Explaining. Oh, they trying to get me to pay for this. I'm not paying for this. New York Times, though. Report ABC News. Report claiming Biden was preparing to spend $30 million on crack pipes is false, right? The HHS says, right? But this is what check it out. This is what was there originally. Right? Let me get it. Because no sooner as we got on this in the inner city, they started changing directions. Right? Let's get it. What they said was they're going to distribute clean drug paraphernalia so that drug dealers don't overdose or get diseased from the paraphernalia. And it so happened that in the bag, because we showed it in the academy, in the bag there was a pipe there. Right? Political furor over crack pipes, listen, could harm efforts to stem drug deaths, advocates fear. Here's the packages right here, folks. Here's the kit. Right? Here's the kit. And as you can see at the bottom, there's a glass pipe there. Here's the packages that we're giving out. And I know because I have friends all in North Philly. They said, yeah, they were able to go and others standing in line. Right? And this is the same guy who locked us up for 5 years for a small amount of drugs. Right? If y'all didn't know this. Right? So let's go back here. Let's go back again. Let's go back again. I'm rounding this out. Hold on. Fair use. We're going to educate you all today. Come on, let's do
some
it.
type of opioid, according to the National Center for Health Statistics, making opioids by far the leading cause of fatal overdoses in the country. Fentanyl, a powerful synthetic opioid that is 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine and 30 to 50 times more potent than heroin, leads this epidemic. The increased availability of this deadly drug has led to a surge in overdose deaths. China plays a critical role in the global supply chain of illicit fentanyl and its precursors. The country's large and rapidly growing chemical and pharmaceutical industries provide an easily accessible source of precursor chemicals needed for fentanyl production. These industries also offer a cover for illegal operations, as many fentanyl
illegal operations. I wonder what's going to happen in our communities. Because, folks, they're not allowing all of these replacements into where they live. Okay? There's no asylum seekers that's going to overrun the rural areas because they will not allow it. Hey, the Jewish community ain't going to allow these people to come take over their community because there's a religious protection they have for themselves. And okay, the Italian people in their areas, they're not going to allow them to overrun them. They'll let them work in their pizza shops and all that. So what happens when the poor has become inundated with people who are what? Financially grandized above the people they're moving next door to. What happens? They already make more than you. They're already family oriented with traditions and values and all that. What happens to people, our people in the community now? What we're looking at, folks, is the final solution. If we're teaching our children, right now, through public schools that a boy can choose to be a girl, or vice versa, as was shown in the beginning of this video, and I'm going to play that again in a couple of moments for those who missed it. And if our image is being totally decimated through mass media portraying us as the worst of all people on earth since Earth's history. Right? Sexy Red and all of that is who our women are, according to these people who've been watching mainstream media. We're the thugs. We're the criminals. Right? We're the people where it's not about family. We're the stupid or dumb according to how they're actually pumping this out for us when it comes to our image. And now you got other people coming into our city with a preconceived notion on how to deal with us. They must come into the city, get money, but protect their family from the people who built the country. Right? Gang wars. We're talking about Mexican cartels and all these other cartels. Folks, all of this is coming to a city near you, if it's not already here. Right? Now, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to tell you where this is going. And remember this, that I told y'all this. The day is September 27th, so-called 2023. Now, where is this going? Folks, I remember right before the crack epidemic, going back a little bit, maybe I'm showing my age a little bit, right? Right before all of that happened, I had a cousin, my cousin Mark and Lumpy, right off of Lehigh Avenue. 5th and Lehigh Avenue, across from St. Christopher's Hospital. There was a little street called Lithgow Street. When we first moved, when my family first moved to Philadelphia, I had a cousin, Mark and Lumpy. Liz was my aunt, right? Well, I thought she was my aunt. She was probably just a girlfriend of my mother's. But I was raised with Mark and Lumpy as my cousins. Listen to this. Don't forget, Lehigh Avenue was predominantly Puerto Rican, Dominican Republic, right? It's still like that. It's really the 10 tribes down there, right?
Mm-hmm.
My cousin goes to a party Friday night. I'll never forget it. It was a Puerto Rican girl who was in love with my cousin. Back then, it was about, if you was a little dark and have nice curly hair, whatever the case is, the girls like you, whatever. So it was a Puerto Rican girl who liked my cousin Mark. I'll never forget this. What happens? He leaves a party. The guy who she used to date is upset that she's now dating or care about a black man. Right? Now, they're no longer together, but it didn't stop him from tracking my cousin down in front of his door and killing him. I'll never forget it. I will never forget it. It's one of the first funerals I went to growing up. So what's going to happen in the inner cities? Killed him right in front of his door. Right? I don't know. I believe after it happened, he fled the country or whatever the case is. He still haven't gotten locked. No one ever, case closed, man dead. She goes on with her life. What happens when you have all of these people coming into the city? What are they stoking? A new type of war. I'm going to tell you, folks, what's going to happen. Especially with the advent online with passport bros. Remember, I told y'all this today. Well, brothers don't have to go into other countries if the people are coming into the city. So what's going to happen? There's going to be some conflict because sisters are going to feel a certain type of way when brothers begin to date all the Latinas who's coming into the area now, with brothers saying, well, I'm not dealing with no argumentative as this, that, and whatever the reason is. I know what it is. When you're growing up on the block and there's a Puerto Rican family around the corner, okay? The Puerto Rican girl in a predominant so-called black area is sought after, and so is the Puerto Rican guy. That happened around the corner from us too. So with the advent of the passport brothers and others, young men are going to be choosing these other women over their own, over the girls they knew in the neighborhood. It's going to cause jealousy. And then don't forget, folks, these South Americans coming over are very territorial. And it's going to be lights out gang warring on every level, whether it be drugs, whether it's over girls, no matter what it is, it's going to be an all-out melee in these inner cities. Remember, I've told you this. Remember, it's going to be all-out war. Folks, this is the final solution, having Israel and Jacob and Judah fight one another. It's the end of the scattering. This is wars and rumors of wars engineered by Esau. Listen, Joya Smiley says, this is deep, Elder Lawya, that's happening now. And someone says, deep, this was heavily experimented beforehand. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. You are absolutely right. And David says it's almost like that here in Atlanta, Georgia. Right? Now, one other thing I wanted to show for those who missed it earlier, fair use, for those who missed it earlier. Now, while all this is going on, look what we have to contend with.
In for a rude awakening right here. Look at this. I don't know what this is. She ain't have none of this.
Hey, not.
Wait, what are you doing? Not.
There's a sister ripping down a LGBTQ flag. While this is happening, this is what they're doing to our children, folks. This is what they're doing to our children. She said, "Listen, I'm not down with this."
Hey, not.
Wait, what are you doing?
Not. Stop that. I am not paying I am not paying my tax money to support. Get out of this type of now. Why do you have this hanging? And why do you have this hanging up? It's part of the students. Here. No, it's not part of anything. That is uncalled for.
Now, this person is hiding behind children because she's saying this is part of what the children are in our class. This is part of them. A grown, it used to be a biological man who identifies as a woman, and this sister isn't having it. Hats off to you, sister. Hats off to you. It's time for people to start standing up. You know, non-violently, but standing up nonetheless.
It is.
Hey, not.
Wait, what are you
doing? Not. Stop that. I am not paying I am not paying my tax money to support. Get out of this type of now. Why do you have this hanging? And why do you have this hanging up? It's part of the students. Here. No, it's not part of anything. That is uncalled for. We are paying you to teach history, and that's what you need to be teaching.
Yep.
Excuse me, this is a public school, little lady.
You are excused.
You are. Do you see what's on this flag and the ground?
No. This needs to go exactly where it is, in the garbage.
You need to go in the garbage.
I'm teaching my son to grow up to be a man.
That's right.
And I don't want you hanging on flag.
I'm calling security.
Hanging a flag up for you to sit up there and teach them the type of stuff I'm trying to keep them away from.
I told you what would happen. I told you somebody here gonna get mad.
You need to be teaching history.
Here's your tax dollars, your minority tax dollars, in good hands. This is what our people have been voting for, folks. This is psychological warfare on the highest level. Look up MK Ultra, folks. MK Ultra have gone mainstream. And this is to say, listen, I've been trying to keep my boys away from this. And I'm paying you as a teacher to come in and undermine me as a parent?
Please.
No, you need to be teaching history.
Shut up.
No,
Hey.
There it is. See, they're down with our sisters if our sisters are down with the agenda, folks. They don't really like you sisters. And I hope y'all see this. And what I found out, Elder Lawya, when I looked into it, Sexy Red and all these other women, when you look at their videos, turn the music off. Folks, that's nothing but LGBTQ advertisement from the woman's side. That's what it is. It's woman on woman love they're pushing, quasi, pseudo, under this. The videos are really LGBTQ videos. Our sisters, brothers, We got to keep our children from that propaganda. They're softly bringing it in through woman rap. I'm going to tell you right now.
Don't talk to my mom like that. I'm not getting out of nowhere. Hey, no, you don't tell my son to shut up and fail. You talking to me. Your son ain't failing. My son ain't failing. Yeah. He needs to be failing because you got him flag.
I'll tell y'all this, folks. Every time something comes out that's pushing the envelope, that actually highlights the evil that's going on in our community or in the earth, automatically people are saying it's skits. Automatically, that's what they do. Or it'll come out a few days where it says fact check. Like there's some person who knows all what empirical facts are and can always come to have the moral high ground to say what we should take in as real news or what should be thrown out. Every time. This isn't like a skit to you folks.
All right.
I'm calling security.
Hanging a flag up for you to sit up there and teach them the type of stuff I'm trying to keep them away from.
I told you what would happen. I told you somebody up here ain't gonna get mad.
You need to be teaching history.
33, please.
No, you need to be teaching history.
Shut up.
No,
Hey,
I'm not getting out of nowhere.
like that.
I'm not getting out of nowhere. Hey, no, you don't tell my son to shut up and fail. You talking to me.
Your son ain't failing.
My son ain't failing.
Yeah.
He needs to be failing because you got him flag hanging
because
up
of you.
over the United States of America. You need to.
Yeah, that flag is covering.
I wanted to show that. Also, last but not least, what's going on, Elder Lawya? Fortune. Didn't I tell you, Elder Lawya, and I said it years ago, before everyone decided to listen to what the solution that they were trying to push years ago? I said that don't be surprised if you begin to hear some what I would call mysterious behavior when it comes to criminality and acting out of the norm for those who decided to actually listen to what they were pushing. I said that. Mm-hmm. I said you're going to find some inordinate behavior that's abnormal, right? I said that there's going to be some behaviors, some questionable behaviors that we haven't witnessed in number before the so-called cough, right? Fortune has a report. School kids are so violent coming out of the pandemic that they're sending teachers to the hospital. But an expert says to resist, get tough approaches. So the children are going mad, fighting and putting their own teachers in hospitals. And this is happening all over the United States, folks. At the same time, other people are coming in. Folks, you cannot make this up. This is Bible prophecy. This is war. This is war, psychological war, biological war, displacement war, cause an issue in Venezuela in which they'll need to become asylum seekers, only to replace them with the people you don't like or want to have anything in the United States. This is how you pull a plug on a superpower. And they have to wage war this way against Americans because Americans have the right to have guns. So they can't send a standing army against America because why? Americans would join together, regardless of race, under the Constitution, to protect their right to live. So they came up with other ways. Folks, don't you know a standing army can come in other ways? Without jackboots, without fatigue. They can come in by just taking your resources and finances and giving it to other people who are financially overjump you in your country. Automatically, that's how you do it. You just replace the people right up under their noses and then have people just drop dead for no reason at all, can't attach. They're just dead, and replacements will just come on in as if nothing happened. And let me show you again where it all started. It started well before this, but I just want to give y'all some updated history for those who have forgotten it, right? Look how sweet this is. Look how sweet this is. Wars and rumors of wars, Elder Lawya. Check this out. Look how sweet this is. 1991.
But let's look at the facts.
Okay, Democrat too. And guess what? Liberals have been what? They have been the infantry for Satan to destroy us in our communities. Liberals is, when you look at the word liberal, folks, it's do as thou will. How did they attach us to this party? Do as thou will is Satan's credo. It's his credo. Do as thou will. Break God's law and enjoy doing so on the highway to hell. For those who missed it.
Since 1986, Congress has passed over 230 new or expanded penalties for drug and criminal offenses in this United States. 230 new penalties. And these penalties range from an automatic 5 years in jail for any person caught with a rock of crack cocaine, a piece of crack cocaine as small as a quarter. I don't have a quarter with me, but if you visualize what one looks like, yeah, I do.
Oh yeah, the same guy, the same people who are doing nothing about fentanyl that are killing our people at a clip of $1,500, 1,500 people a week, giving out paraphernalia so that drug users can have clean stuff to shoot up with. I care so much about the drug dealer. I want to make sure that that needle is nice and clean. Okay? They need good needles. Clean needles. See, if we're gonna have drug addicts, we're gonna have to do this thing right. Same people.
I do have a quarter. If you have a piece of crack cocaine no bigger than this quarter that I'm holding in my hand, $1/4 of $1. We passed a law through the leadership of Senator Thurmond and myself and others, a law that says if you're caught with that, you go to jail for 5 years.
Look at that.
You get no probation. You get nothing other than 5 years in jail.
And why is this so wrong? A 19-year-old who's doing this will have an entirely different outlook on life at the age of 25, 30. Right? So I'm not justifying, there shouldn't be in the drug. Let me tell you, drugs and all that is pharmakeia. It's sorcery. It's satanic. I'm not justifying nothing. But you can't expect a 19 or 20-year-old to think like a 30-year-old. There's no room for our people to make one error. 5 years, guaranteed, without question. The judge have no say. And then you have to go to jail and protect yourself from all types of criminality. Now, we're talking about a nonviolent crime. 5 years, they were just snatching people out of our community. Young men. And not just any men. They were targeting the warrior class of our people. You can say what you want about their choices in life, and what led them there. But there's calculating thinking for those who were operating doing that. Okay? They was taking away those that had the calculating mentality to build business. They were destroying the warrior class of our community. See? Let me tell you, I would never do drugs, but I remember drug dealers. Okay? And I remember drug dealers who what? Who was caught up. Every Christmas, they would come to church. Every Christmas, they would be there eating my mom greens and all that. Come up and sit down and eat with us. Right? And then I remember I'm singing, dancing, and doing all that. And people trying to press up on me. And I remember drug dealers saying, listen, leave him alone. Okay? He's not like us. We have to protect young men like that because these are the people who's going to represent us rightly. I chose wrong, but we're not going to let you put your hands on those who's going to make sure that our people progress. I'll never forget that. Somebody tried to step and do something to me. Guess what? I remember someone tried to come at me. A drug dealer came right out of the house with a gun and say, listen, hands off of him. He's not like that. See? I chose wrong, but I'm not going to let you touch the people who's going to represent us right. And he said, go ahead, June. Don't worry about it. I got it. I remember all of that, folks. They took away a key component of our people. A component of people who were doing something at the time because what? Life was rough, but there's many people who did that temporarily and then did a 180. But this guy right here said no. If there's a mistake, you have to pay 5 years of your life for it. Now, in the other neighborhoods, a white man can have some cocaine, the same amount for crack, and guess what? They get a slap on the wrist and sent home to their mommy and daddy. But us, my family, our people went to jail. Now look at our communities. Decimated. Decimated. And we're trying to act like and people are trying to act like this didn't happen. And I'm going to show you the power and sorcery of the media. While this was going on, guess who was hanging out with Mike Tyson, Michael Jackson, and was popular in our community? Donald Trump. At the same time this guy was locking us up, Donald Trump was known as a popular figure to be respected in helping Don King and all of that. Now, this is not a public announcement to say become Republican. I'm just showing you the sorcery that comes with what? The media. They can turn you from what? A friend to a foe overnight just by talking. That's the power of that satanic media. Elder Lawya, wars and rumors of wars, and then we're going to open up the calls. Let's get it. Then I have to make one more announcement. Let's open up the calls real quick. Let's go. Elder Lawya, there's a buzz, but I can't hear your voice. Hello? Oh no, there's a buzz, but there's a buzz from your microphone. But you're muted. Can't hear you at all. Elder Lawyer. No.
All right, how about now?
Yeah, that's good. I don't know what you did, but yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, I had to unplug the mic. I'll just come through the computer. All right, reading Matthew chapter 24, verse number 3.
Okay.
And it says,
Matthew 24 and 3. Let's read it.
yes, sir. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, tell us, when shall these things be, and what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world?
What shall be the sign of thy coming and the end of the world? Read.
Jumping down to verse number 6. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars.
You shall hear of what?
Of wars and rumors of wars.
You shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. Now think about this. There's a financial war being waged that have always been waged against our people. I showed y'all today. People coming over poor from South America will have the money to live middle class over our people. $383 a day it takes to house an immigrant family, which breaks down to $140,000 a year per family. At the same time, our people here can't even make ends meet. That's a financial, they're waging war against us and using our people who've suffered before us to do it. They're leveraging these people that they made poor in Venezuela against us. And we're the same people. They're going to have all of us fighting in the neighborhoods for these little crumbs that are left. Only to claim, I have no idea how crime is going up. It seems as if we need to do something about this crime. Okay. Let's lock up a few more people and or worse. Right? Read.
And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet.
But the end is not yet. All of these things must come to pass before what? The times of the Gentiles are at an end. Them having that flag and all that, when you see that flag and all that around, you have to understand when someone is what? When someone is marking their territory. Flags are emblematic with Esau. Okay? What happens when Esau, when Esau would take over a territory? He would stake his flag. So when y'all see flags all over the place that's representing a certain sexuality, that's them marking territory. That's war. So when the Christ says wars and rumors of wars, the only thing we're thinking about what? Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We're thinking about World War I, World War II. We're not thinking about the psychological wars, biological wars, things like Tuskegee experiment and how that's playing out even till this day to some degree. We're not looking at financial wars, social wars, urban wars. I mean, look at what we just went through the last couple of years where almost everyone lost a loved one and people are falling out dead with no explanation right now. If people can die like this, why pay the military to do anything if you're getting the same outcome? Right? And I'm going to tell you something about the benefit of government replacing you with non-citizens. They have something to hold over the immigrants' heads. If these people act out and begin to ask for something, they'll be deported. See? And that's the leverage they don't have over our people who built the country. Because outside of being so-called black, we're citizens. They can't hang that. We can ask for something. Why? Because we built the country. So that's leverage. They let them over to leverage them against us. But as soon as they get out of line, there's a threat that they can be deported. This is why they need what? Obedient servants who will have no pushback against government. Wars and rumors of wars, read.
Verse 7. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom.
Kingdom against
and
kingdom.
There shall be,
read.
And there shall be famines, and pestilences, and earthquakes in diverse places. All these are the beginning of sorrows.
All these are the beginning of sorrows. We're living in the end of days, where they're displacing whole countries of people systematically, causing issues so they can destabilize and use these poor people that they've made poor to destabilize other countries. This is how America falls according to the Bible. And this is how all power goes back to Rome, Europe. Because America isn't America at all if there's no Americans left. See? This is how they deteriorate Babylon, the quality of Babylon, with people who are used to a lower standard. Now, suppose that happens and other people have children who are saying, well, at least what we have here is better than the country we fled from. So when the standards are lowered, it's lowered for everyone. See? Babylon the Great is fallen. It's fallen. It's systematic. It's systematic. This is warfare. And you know what? Eventually it falls all together. And the people they're letting over the border, eventually they're going to double cross them. But not before those people do their will. Eventually, they're going to double cross them. But right now, they need them politically as leverage to destroy us. Specifically, the tribe of Judah. But I'm going to say this. And I'm going to say this to the brothers. And I'm going to say this to the sisters real quick. Let me say this. Even if you're coming over the border, I need y'all to understand, we're not your enemy. You're not our enemy. We're brothers. We're sisters. Don't let the enemy leverage you off against your own people when we're here to help save you. The Bible tells us that the love of money is the root of all evil. Don't let them pay you off to come against your own brother and sisters, because the reason why you're seeking asylums is because of these same people who destroyed you since the conquistadors came. It was Esau who decimated your families, not us. And understand that the Most High said that we would all come together one day under Christ. We would come together as brethren. No more split under two kingdoms like we once were after the sin of Solomon. So let's turn what Esau doing for wickedness. Let's turn that for right. I'm not going to treat my brothers and sisters a certain type of way based on Esau using them as a political pawn to leverage against our people. And this is what Esau is betting on. He's banking on us doing what? Going to war against our own brothers and sisters in the inner cities. That's what they're banking on. They've been doing this for years, divide and conquer. But the Most High said something else is going to happen. Venezuelans, you're from the tribe of Asher. Esau have you coming over here as political leverage against the people who built the country. Understand, any rights that were afforded for any people throughout the world first came with bloodshed and our people standing up for what's right for you. Even if we didn't know you, when we stood up for civil rights, it meant something to you. We've always been the sacrifice and stayed and stood on the front line and shed blood for your advantage, going all the way back to the cross. Going all the way back. It was the Romans who came and gave y'all that hacky Roman Catholic pagan religion. It was us. That's right, Judah, the tribe of Judea, who delivered the gospel to this earth. And without that, you wouldn't have Catholicism. You wouldn't have Christianity. We've always championed freedom. We had brothers like Martin Luther King and Malcolm who took a bullet. We've always stood up for what's right when it comes to civil rights, even if it meant spilling our own blood. And we didn't just do it for us. We did it for you too, which is given you. It's through our civil rights and us dying, that alone give you entry as a minority to become a citizen. So we're going to turn this, regardless of what the devil is doing, we're going to turn this for good. And say, brother, when you come over here, don't listen to what they're telling you at the border, that you're here to destroy us or stay away from us, that we are a separate people. When you come over here, realize if it wasn't for us, none of this would have been afforded. We're your brothers. We're your sisters. So whatever the enemy is trying to do, we know the Most High can turn all of this for good. Right? We know the Most High can turn this for good. Right? Because that's what Esau is doing. He's trying to play us off against one another. Elder Lawya, let's get the book of Ezekiel. The 2 sticks.
Yes, sir. This is Ezekiel 37 and jumping down to about verse number 15.
Okay, let me grab it here. Ezekiel 37 and 15. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. The word of the Lord came again unto me, saying, Moreover, thou son of man, take thee 1 stick and write upon it for Judah and for the children of Israel, his companions. Then take another stick and write upon it for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and for all the house of Israel, his companions.
So the Most High told us, according to Ezekiel, to put a chart together. Have Judah on one side and have Ephraim, which is the other 10 tribes. Ephraim was the king over the other 10 tribes, like the tribe of Asher. And say, put them all on one stick together. That's your sign. He gave Ezekiel this sign. I don't know how people today is going to come out and try to ascribe this to a man, but even though I respect High Priest Rawchaa as a teacher who came before us, okay, what Rawchaa was bringing forth was history. He's not responsible. He's not the one who came up with the 12 tribes chart. The chart was given to prophet Ezekiel. And it was up to us to take this prophecy to bring our people together under Christ. Okay? Ronald Sanders, the Lost Tribes in the Promised Land. That's history. Well, you can go into that book to prove that Montezinos and others, when they spoke to North American Indians, the North American Indians were speaking what? That's right. They were speaking Hebrew in the land before the Edomites came here. So you can't just say, well, this man came up with it like an angel gave it to him. No, Ezekiel 37 is the chart. And there's history to back it up. That the 10 tribes that were over here in Ohio, the North American Indians, Mexico, you are all from us. We're from the 12 tribes of Israel. You're from the northern kingdom, and we're here to tell you we're Judah, and we're bringing you back home. We're bringing you back home. You are our brother. Don't let Esau use this evil divide and conquer. He know that we've been standing up for reparations. So what he's going to mock us now and say, you know what? Since you're asking for reparations, we're going to give billions of dollars to the 10 tribes, and they're going to proxy war for me. That's what they're doing. That's right out mocking our people who built the country by saying we're gonna use your people and push legislation under Democrats to take your money and give it to someone else because you're asking for what's due. No different than Pharaoh telling us to do what? Pharaoh, as soon as we stood up and started speaking for ourselves in Egypt, Pharaoh said, you know what? Build bricks without straw. They're doing the same thing politically now. We're going to give your money to the other tribes and use them as leverage to destroy you. Build bricks without straw. But Esau, you counted out one key component. Who you counted out was our God, Ahiah. You think you're bringing them over the border for war, and there will be some war. But many of these tribes are going to come back to the truth. The truth you've hid from them. And we're going to teach them. You counted out our God, Esau. Everything you're doing for negative, the Most High is going to allow us to utilize it for good. A lot of these people coming over the border are poor and believe that they're coming over here just to get a quick paycheck. They're going to come over Venezuelans, and by the time they leave America, they're going to proclaim the name of Asher. Let's read it. Come on.
Yes, sir. Verse number 17. And join them one to another into one stick, and they shall become one in thine hand.
And they shall become one in thine hand. Read.
Verse 18. And when the children of thy people shall speak unto thee, saying, wilt thou not show us what thou meanest by these?
So they're going to see us speaking. And they're going to ask us, what do you mean? I'm Venezuelan. I'm this. I'm this. No. When they ask you, when they see Asher and then Venezuelans and Colombians over here, they're going to be like, what's this? And the prophets said what? Read.
Say unto them, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will take the stick of Joseph, which is in the hand of Ephraim, and the tribes of Israel his fellows, and will put them with them, even with the stick of Judah, and make them one stick, and they shall be one in mine hand.
And they shall be one in mine hand. Read.
Verse 20. And the sticks whereon thou writest shall be in thine hand before their eyes.
They'll see their true identity. They'll understand that they are not different. Okay, they'll understand when they get next to us that what? The struggle they've been dealing with under the hands of Esau, they have in common with us. See, they're going to start realizing, hold up, they're telling us that you're this, that, and the other, but when I'm around you all, you have the same tendencies and habits that we do. Right? You just want to be left alone with family and enjoy your children. They're going to realize we want the same as they do. I remember going to Hawaii years ago. And at this time, when I went to Hawaii, Elder Lawya, I was still UPK, and I went over at the beach in Hawaii, and at this time we were calling under REI's breakdown, we were calling the Hawaiians Japheth, saying they Japheth the beautiful people, and erroneously teaching that. And we were telling people that Asians were Chinese and Japanese. I mean, not that Chinese and Japanese were Moab and Ammon. That's what we were teaching. That Asians were Moab and Ammon, wrong. And we were teaching that the Hawaiians were Japheth. But when I went over there, even though I had a preconceived notion based on the teaching, I was on the beach in Hawaii, relaxing, vacation a little bit, and some Hawaiians came by. And, you know, he said, hey, you want a beer? And they crack open a little beer and was talking, and their conversation, I'm like, these people aren't Japheth. These are our people. I started to see how familiar they was when it comes to habits and all others. And I said, they're no different than us. And that's when I did the research and found out that that's right. Hawaiians are from the tribe of Naphtali. See? So when they come amongst us, they're going to realize the image that's being portrayed from the industries is the minority of our people. They're going to see that we all have the same thing in common. And by so, what? An opportunity to show them who they are. We're Israelites. We're at the end of the time of the Gentiles. Let's not fight against one another. Our empire will soon come into fruition. See? Read. 21 of the Lawya.
Verse number, yes, sir, 21. And say unto them, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will take the children of Israel from among the heathen whither they be gone, and will gather them on every side, and bring them into their own land.
And bring them into their own land. Read.
22. And I will make them one nation in the land upon the mountains of Israel, and one king shall be king to them all.
That's Christ.
And they
read.
And they shall be no more two nations.
They shall no more be two races. Because right now, you have our people believing that the Hispanics are a separate race. And they think that we are a separate race. And this is why Esau is trying to use them to leverage off against the darker tribes. See? Esau is trying to use them as an extension of themselves being the minority. See? That's right, folks. This is social war they've waged. By leveraging off, by extension, the 10 tribes who are lighter and making them an extension of the Edomite race to war against us. Okay? Read.
And they shall be no more two nations, neither shall they be divided into two kingdoms any more at all.
Neither shall we be divided into what? Into two nations, into two kingdoms any more at all. When did we become two kingdoms? At the split. The split of Israel after the sin of Solomon. 721 BC, almost 700 some odd years before Christ was born is when this happened. Where the 10 tribes were divided, and a lot of them came over to the Americas, according to 2nd Ezra, the 13th chapter. And now we meet again. Now we meet again. They call you asylum seekers. But the same man, the same people who destroyed your country after Chavez is now trying to use you to destroy us. Okay? But looking at this and viewing this politically, we play into Esau's hand if we look at it as if the enemy's coming over the border. That's how they want us to view this. Those are enemies. They're taking something from you. And they are taking, no, you're giving what belongs to us to them to leverage them against us in war. That's how we need to look at this. Because guess what, folks? If they really cared about our people, if they cared about even their people here in America, all that money, those billions of dollars would be going to who? Would be going to the people who are suffering here. So they're pulling the plug on America. That's what they're doing. And turning it into a third world country. They don't care about Americans. But they know at the end of it, if they cause these ills to happen, who suffers more than any other group? It's usually our people. So even though other people will suffer, we'll be decimated. That's what they're banking on. Read the 23rd verse.
Yes, sir. Verse number 23.
Come on.
Neither shall they defile themselves any more with their idols.
With their what?
Nor anymore with their idols.
And they're losing the Christian game in America. Christianity has been totally decimated. So by bringing these people over, they're hoping to what? To re-energize the Catholic idolatry faith in America through these people. See? Through the 10 tribes, because the 10 tribes are coming over with their idols, their prayer beads, and all these others. See, but when we get a hold of these Venezuelans and others, we're going to let them know, nah, put down that pork. There's worms in it. You're from the 10 tribes of Israel. Put down those idols. It's against God. It's against the Bible. Right? Neither shall they defile themselves any more with their idols, read.
Nor with their detestable things, nor with any of their transgressions, but I will save them out of all their dwelling places, wherein they have sinned, and will cleanse them. So shall they be my people, and I will be their God.
And it says, and so shall they be my people, and I will be their God. The 12 tribes back together again. Read.
24. And David, my servant,
and when
shall be their king.
And when it says David, my servant, it's Christ who would sit on the throne of David. It's speaking of his genealogy, his bloodline. Mm-hmm. And David, my servant, read.
Shall be the king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall also walk in my judgments and observe my statutes and do them.
And do them. Read.
25. And they shall dwell in the land that I've given unto Jacob my servant, wherein your fathers have dwelt, and they shall dwell therein, even they and their children and their children's children forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever.
And it's speaking of Christ. Read.
26. Moreover, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will place them and multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore.
That's right. Heaven is coming to earth. And what is the Bible prophesying here? The kingdom united like it was before the sin of Solomon. Our empire once and for all. And hence the reason why they detest our people. Let me show you who's over in Israel. See? Look, they claim they for asylum seekers and all that. And as of July, even up until this time, they're talking about deporting Hebrews, our people, out of Israel. So I thought y'all was for humanitarian rights for all people. The same time, they're trying to push our people who was originally in the land and on the land out. They're in other countries, African countries, asking them, saying that not only that, I'm going to tell you, outright stating that they're going to sanction African countries if they don't accept the LBGT education in their countries. This is what the scattering and the destruction of God's people politically looks like. And you'll never understand why they keep doing this against us if you don't understand your true bloodline right according to Bible prophecy. The only thing that makes sense is that their time is up and they're trying to do everything to stave off Israel, the children of Israel, from coming into power. Now, if you don't know what time it is after seeing this program, I don't know if anyone can help you. If you can't see the importance of this Bible and understanding who we are according to this Bible, I'll tell you what. Vote your interest. Okay? Go out and keep on voting and see if things change for you. It seems like the more we support the parties, right, and vote for these parties, the more we do so, the more they show us that they're our enemy. Because you don't understand the religious spirit, the psychology of going out there in hope of anything outside of who you are according to your God. And the only hope that we have is going to come from the outside of our political system. And until you realize that every time you vote, every time you be a part of this, folks, this is where your heart is. You're putting your hope in a king or an empire that have always destroyed you. And they were like, man, you see us with this knife twisting in their back? We're beating them up. We're throwing them in prison. We're destroying their families. We're portraying them as the worst of the earth. And they're still coming out and supporting us. Right? So they're like, maybe they love how we're doing this. I'll tell you what. Let's take their tax money and give it to other people. Let them come in and destroy them because this is what they're voting for. They just love pain. And they don't even realize that we're the Edomites, their big brother that's doing it. And they don't even realize they're Israelites and they're between the crosshairs. Why? Because our people, Judah in particular, is the only threat prophetically against their empire. And that's really what it comes down to. The battle in the womb, Rebekah's womb, Jacob and Esau. And they're willing to leverage off and bribe everyone else to keep Jacob on the bottom. Wake up, folks. We've been born into a new kind of war. All right? All right, let me open up. Okay, hold on. Let me open up the phone calls. Before I do, I need to make an announcement real quick. Hold on. A new kind of war. Wake up, folks. It's coming. Okay, I'm going to pull up. I'm not going to stay on the calls too long tonight because I had a long broadcast going into Hebrew and Bible Academy Week. And yes, I'm chopping at the bits. The bit here. I can't wait for Sunday. That's right, folks. I cannot wait. It seemed like it's been forever since the last academy, right? The enrollments are open. Go to historytimes.org. We have a lot of news reporting coming from overseas. You don't want to miss that this Sunday. We also have brand new lessons that we're going to dive into. I told brothers and sisters that we're going to start off by teaching how to precept in the Bible. So you can understand the Bible's narrative outside of what? Theory. And different denominations. It seems like everyone have the same Bible with different interpretations of it. Well, no, the Bible is of no private interpretation. There's only one narrative according to the Bible. Okay? So we're going to show you how to go in to the Bible, use precepts to be able to vet any particular denomination or group, including us. Learn how to wield that Bible. We're going to show you through precepts, right? Precept breakdowns. We're going to use extra biblical text to show you how to link the books together, all right? We're going into this academy. Let me give you a few things before I open up the lines here, right? Let me give it to you here. 1 second. We're going to also break down, let's see here. I think I have it here. 1 second. We're going to also break down in the academy judgment, the judgment for rebellion. The judgment for rebellion. We're going to go into what? The underworld, Hades or hell. That's right, the realm of hell. Not only will we go into the biblical history of hell, but what ancient civilizations taught about it. It's real. It's not metaphorical. Hell isn't a condition on earth. That's straight garbage. Okay? And that garbage goes against what? The judgment that Christ would go into hell for 3 days to do what? To take the power to release those souls in the day of resurrection. If there's no hell, where are the people going to be resurrected from? So all this, and it sounds smart and witty. Oh yeah, hell is a condition and heaven is a condition on earth. Utter nonsense. We're going to go into the extra biblical text. We're going to go into the true book of Solomon, the Testament of Solomon. When you see comets in the sky, exactly what is that? You know what comets are? They're demons falling back into the earth, and we can prove it. That's right. We're going to go into the realm of hell. We're going to break it down. We're going to go into the Testament, the Apocalypse of Paul, the original record that was left in the church that Paul set up. Because why? The Most High showed him the underworld. That's right, the judgment in the underworld. That's right. Pastors in hell. And why are they there? It was shown to Paul. Women who couldn't keep their chastity or didn't repent from their liberty are hung in hell by their eyelashes until the judgment. Oh yeah, all of it's there. I'm going into that, the discourse of hell. We're going into a lot of pertinent information. This academy, be there. historytimes.org, okay? What else we're going into? Let me see what I have here. We're going to go into exposing the darkness of witchcraft, week 2, while breaking down the serpent seed. And we're going to also go into the power of praying and fasting using Christ, Moses, and the prophets as the reference point. How to connect with the Almighty, how to fast and pray. And usually you have to do it, folks. Usually it comes in. It really comes in where you have to utilize this at a point where you're seeking to do what? Seek your own vengeance or something that stirred you up to come against other people or anything that would have you rival or destroy your own. Usually that's when you realize something is working in your quarters against you, and that was the same dark spirit in heaven, Lucifer, that created the face of the deep. You have to know when it's working in your body and do what? Deprive your body, starve it for a moment until your stomach settles and the thought of vengeance leaves. There's ways of fasting for under particular scenarios, and we're going to talk about that, how to fast in the academy, okay? Go to historytimes.org. Oh, y'all didn't know about that judgment being hung by your eyelashes. Hey, wait till y'all see it. 515-605-9327. We're going to take a few calls. Elder Lawya, is there anything you would like to say before I open up the lines here?
No, sir. No, sir. We can go straight into the calls.
My brother from the same mother. Hold on. All right. Blog Talk call in.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
All right. Thank you, Elder Rawchaa. I'd like to appreciate you on standby over there. I hope to see you soon.
Unmuted.
Unmuted. We have the sax player live and direct.
Shalom, elders.
Shalom,
all
my
praises
brother.
To the Most High God.
Thank you, brother.
I'm sorry for not showing up. The saints go marching in. I'm sorry. I should have just came on like I felt to do.
Oh, it's
see y'all over there,
brother. It's okay. It's okay. How you doing?
We'll do it again. We'll do it again. I want to give all glory and praises to the Most High God for what He's done for me in my life, in this ministry, and the great work you young men are doing. And He showed up today because my wife, she was in the hospital. She had to have a hip replacement.
Okay.
And the James 5:16 came through. Affectionate, fervent prayers. Man.
Yeah. Praise the Most High.
I mean, all the people in the church, man, from Bishop Anya to Sister Thakana, man, it's overwhelming, you know. In all the places, man, Canada, Netherlands, Jamaica, Barbados, all these people I know in the churches, and all the people from Houston, you know, all the elders and the deacons in Houston and Dallas, and my brother Torrance, and my sister Rebecca, oh man, it's overwhelming, man. I'm crying, man. The doctor, I was talking to him, and he said it went perfect.
Good.
And I said, it's only one perfect person that's perfect is the Most High God. He said, yeah. And I said, I think there were some angels in with you. I said, don't you know it's one of the disciples was a doctor? And he said, yeah. Wasn't that Luke? And he said, all praises. I said, oh boy, this guy must be listening to GOCC. It's incredible. They did an incredible time. It didn't take more than an hour and a half to do that, you know. And I'm like, wow.
Well, praise
and
the Most
I
High.
was coming in the car, and I was singing some praises. My praises is my weapon. And my wife, she turned the radio on, put you on. I said, okay.
Praise the Most High. Well, you know, we'll be back.
She got the instrument playing.
Well, I'll make sure we put a prayer up for her, and I'm glad that her, you know, that the Most
she's
High.
all right. She's listening right now. She's in the hospital. She's recovering. She'll come over home tomorrow. You know, it's so many people I would like to thank. It's like, it's too many, man. It's like 190, 200 people is praying with me on social media.
Well, you know, you mean so much, brother. You mean so much, you and your family, to this work. You never look back. You've always supported the work. And, you know, it's times like this that we understand the importance of this body. And, you know, we'll always be there for you.
Wonder.
Absolutely.
I just wonder if all of us could get on one accord about something. And you said it, the Most High God will move heaven and earth. If all of us got on one accord together in this ministry, it would be something else.
Brother, it's happening. It's happening. It's happening.
And you know, it's crazy. You was talking about the situation. I was looking at what you was talking about, and sometimes I want to cry. I got this message on my phone. I'm gonna use your words. fair use. And I'm going to use my AKA name. Hi, sax player. My name is Margaret. W/Black Voters Matters Rights. Are you voting and registered? The deadline in my state is in October 10th. Verify to see if you're registered now. Are you registered to vote? I said, Margaret Thatcher talking to me. Margaret, I'm like, what is this stuff? I'm looking at this on my. I said, these people is crazy, man. It's over with. Babylon has fallen. I already voted for Christ.
There it is.
That's it. That's over. I ain't got nothing to do with y'all, man.
Well, thank you.
Sending me these message, Margaret.
Well, thank you, my
Black
brother.
voters matter.
It's
my
fine.
Lord.
Well, I have to go to the next call, brother, but I like to say
Okay.
I'm back on Patreon.
God bless you, and thank you very much.
Bless you. I'm back on Patreon this Friday, so I'll see you there, okay?
Okay. Thank you. God bless.
Bless you. Oh, praises. The surgery went well. And bless you if you're listening, sister. The Most High was guiding that doctor, and I know you're fine, so all praises. All right. Cora has a comment and or question.
Shalom, Elder. This is the first
Shalom.
I'd like to give thanks to a higher for blessing you with the talent for your interpretation of the Bible. I said, I have never had the Bible interpreted before. Like you, you seem to be able to just tell so much from it. But my comment is that, Esau said that once his father died, he was coming after his brother Jacob, and it appears that's what he's doing now. He's trying to eradicate us. He's doing a divide and conquer. Got us all divided. I noticed here in New York that the Dominicans and the Puerto Ricans don't get along with each other.
Mm-hmm.
They're brothers, and then everything else got us divided. But my question I'd like to know is, when you had converted like a whole church at one time, what happened to the pastor that was over that church? Did you all educate him into be able to be a leader of a gathering of Christ Church?
Yes.
Yes. Or how did you do it?
Yeah. The way we do it, when a whole church come over, of course, is led by the man who the Most High entrusts to lead his sheep. So that pastor continue in his ministry, but grow with the doctrine that we've given them, and they just become the gathering of Christ Church, and usually they become a greater asset to their particular community. Their churches usually grow exponentially after that, right? So
good.
Yeah, so that's the way it is. We don't come over and say, get out of the way. No. The Most High put the gift in them to shepherd those people. We're not there to take those people. Those people ought to be shepherded by those they trust.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I said, because I know when I first came to New York, I came here and I didn't look for a church like that I had been with when I was back in St. Louis. I started going to a little church that was headed by a gentleman who had been doing Bible classes at the beauty shop where my daughter worked. And it was a Hispanic church. He had all Hispanic people, and he did the service in Spanish. And then after I first saw your video, The 12 Lost Tribes Found, and I told him, the congregation was there, so I wasn't there at church the day he told them. But then he was still, having the Sunday services. But I said, now, the fact that he spoke Spanish and there are no Hispanic GOCC churches in New York right now, I said he would be ideal if he could be re-educated to not say that Christ cleaned all the meat, that we can eat the pork now because Christ cleaned it. But once he would be educated, he would be an ideal person to lead a Hispanic church, so the message could be delivered to the Dominicans and Puerto Ricans here in New York.
We do have bilingual teachers in New York, and we have Brother Kazak from Puerto Rico. So if there's someone that you would like us to sit with and they're open to hear what this ministry has to offer, listen, just send his phone number and we'll have one of our bishops or deacons reach out.
Okay, well, I'd have to talk with this gentleman and see if he's open to really, coming over to the GOCC church. Like I said, one reason I started going to his classes because when he was teaching the Bible classes at the beauty shop, he dealt in spirituality, which they never did in the Christian churches that I had been, attending. And the fact that he dealt in spirituality and talked about demons and how to, combat them and everything. And that's why I started going to his church.
Okay.
But the fact that he had that knowledge, I said he would be ideal. And the fact that he had learned Spanish, that he would be ideal.
Well, but again, it's up to the Most High ultimately. But if you believe that that he'll be open to hear what we have to say, just make the connection and we'll go from there and see what the Holy Spirit does. All right.
Okay. All right.
All right. Bless you.
All right. Thank you. And thanks for your talent.
Thank you. Bless you.
Okay.
All right.
Shalom.
Shalom. Also in the academy, we're going to cover something that's quite important. Okay. I wanted to put that out there real quick. We're going to cover the true purpose of a man, according to the Almighty, and the true purpose of a woman, the Holy Spirit. While Satan has set up this dynamic where one need to challenge the other and all of that, it wasn't like that in the beginning. Right? And that's another reason why, especially with immigration and others, that at the end of the day, we're going to lose because we're not well equipped, in our current time to stave off those who are coming over the border and others who are family oriented. So being single and being leveraged off against family, we don't stand a chance. So I'm going to be talking about that also in the academy, okay? The true purpose of a woman and the Holy Spirit, man's purpose, God's wisdom intended for man, and how to apply the law of Moses through Christ. I'm pretty excited about where we're going in this academy, so make sure you all enroll. Go to historytimes.org. Week 1 starts Sunday. All right? Who's that? Bazem has a question. We're going to try to move this about 2 minutes per call, so please be direct and quantify what you would like to say because we want to get everyone in with 2 minutes each. Bazem, you have a comment?
Shalom, Elder. This is Basim.
Basim. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Hi, Basim.
It's no problem. We spoke before, actually, but I was living in Virginia at the time, and you connected me with the brother AC around the time of Passover.
Okay.
And it was around the time when you went to Cleveland. And I wanted to get a baptism, but I didn't want to interrupt the schedule of what the brother had going on. For some odd reason, my phone had broke, and I just lost contact with everybody. So, and I have yet to get baptized. I really want to get baptized. I actually have a cousin who also wants to get baptized.
Good.
So, yes, and he's they're not married, but he has a family, and his girl or whatever, she's following in his footsteps or whatever. So he's leading her to try to get baptized. And we've been reaching out to the church for a little while. We missed the mass baptism. We was unable to make it. So we would love to be a part of the church. I also have brothers who look up to me. I'm just trying to get myself baptized as well. So that's all I really want, Elder, is to be a part of the church and get with Christ and just be on that side, man.
Okay.
That's, Yep.
Well, Bassem, I did speak with you before. What I'm doing right now,
Right.
I'll text AC your number again, and you can get back on
No,
board.
but don't take AC. I no longer live in Virginia. This is what I'm saying. When that
Where do you
particular
live?
situation happened, I'm in New Jersey now. Remember I told you I was originally from New Jersey during the time we talked?
Yes. What part of New Jersey?
I'm in Newark.
Newark. Okay. All right. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to connect you to Bishop Aaron.
Okay.
Bishop Aaron, I'll contact.
Now my cousin himself, he lives in Brooklyn.
Okay. Well, initially, if you're in Jersey, we have things set up where you have to connect with the bishop in your respective area. Okay. Now,
Okay, no doubt.
usually what will happen, let me write down your number here. Usually what happens is someone will reach out and you'll have a gathering. You'll be invited to a gathering and, within your closest proximity. All right. So thank you, Bassem. You'll have a call no later than Friday. Okay.
All right. Can I say one more thing?
Hurry up because I got
love
2
it.
minutes per call.
Is Elder Lawya there?
Yes, he's here.
Is Elder Lawya? I you know what I'm saying? I love you too, man. You like perfect for the position where you're at, brother. For real. And Elder Rawchaa, I know you probably heard this 1,000 times, you know what I'm saying? But I'm one of those guys, man. I appreciate all and love all the work that you're doing, man. And I just want to be a part of Christ's work. That's all I want. And I'm trying to I'm actually part of a large family, and I'm the oldest out of 10 boys.
That's good.
And my brothers look up to me.
That's good.
You know what I'm saying? I got a brother that's in jail right now for a whole bunch of goofy stuff. No need to say it, you know what I'm saying? But other than that, you know what I'm saying? I have brothers that look up to me, man, and I just want to lead by example. And I have a son, too. I got a 20-year-old. I'm 42 years old. You know what I'm saying? And I got another son that's 15.
Well, brother, Bassem, I got you. Let me talk to you offline. But I got to get to the next call, and don't worry about it. Welcome to the fold, and I believe that you'll be a serious asset within this kingdom to help bring forth some, really bringing our people together.
If it be the Most High's will.
All right?
If it be the Most High's will.
All right. Thank you, my brother. All right. Shalom.
All right, shalom.
I'll call you soon. All right.
No doubt. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to hear the excitement in our brothers, man, to do the Most High's will. And folks, and all praises be to the Most High, which is servants. Really, this is what it's about. In a world where there's no hope, truth comes, right? A newfound purpose for the children of Israel. And leaders like that, I'm going to tell you, the Most High use brothers like that. So I can hear the excitement in them, and I'm going to do everything I can, brother, to help you fulfill your purpose in this work. All right? 757 area code. Charles has a comment.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, sir.
Shalom. Yes, this is Charles, the banner, the guy with the Hebrew Bible, Hebrew banner.
Yes.
I wrote down what I was going to say this time, so I said Shalom. I've been listening to the whole segment, but I don't know if you mentioned or not. This reminds me of what happened to the Cuban refugees that came to America and was put in what we call FEMA camps today in the 1980s, called the Mariel boat lift.
Mm-hmm.
And result made the crime go up with cocaine in our community in the 80s, and also made our community as desolate of what it already was. And then glamorized it with that era with the movie Scarface. And what our people did was made it an image of that idol, and further push us in this debauchery we're witnessing today.
Hey, brother, listen, you're absolutely right. A matter of fact, I don't know a drug dealer anywhere I grew up with who didn't have a poster of Scarface on their wall.
Exactly.
It's as if there was a spirit that came with that movie that really emanated and permeated amongst those who wanted to become top drug pens and all that in our community. It was a spirit with that. It's deep. I seen it. Scarface, every drug dealer, Scarface was the idol, right? He was like the Rocky for Italians. Right,
Yeah,
but
and during the Obama administration, he tried to make peace with them, with Cuba, and try to integrate them in their economy.
yeah.
But
I'm glad you're bringing this out. I'm gonna give you the last word, but you just brought something to mind that I forgot to express. That by them doing this, it's going to justify internment camps and also FEMA camps. Why? It's going to justify it because we're going to say, well, listen, you can't have them in all these other areas. And then they're going to be like, well, we already have these convenient places already in place. How about we place some of them there and process them into the system? So it's the Hegelian dialectic that will have us accept something that we would normally reject. We'll accept internment camps if you're processing these people from other countries through them. But then what happens when it becomes a law where it's not just for immigrants, that citizens also will have that for alternative housing? That's where it's going, where you check in and you check out when they would like you to. So I wanted to put that out there. Don't be surprised with the Hegelian dialectic that they'll come through with their solution is, well, we already have these they're not going to call it internment camps. They're going to call them alternative housing. Okay? We already have alternative housing and beds and all these things, and they're just empty. Remember FEMA camps? Watch they repackage this and have Americans get behind it with our people and saying, well, don't have them in our neighborhood, put them in there. But when our sisters get evicted and all that, and they're pulling Section 8 away from us, they're going to say, listen, we have empty beds over here, right? We have empty beds right here in these camps until you get on your feet. And this is how it's going to happen, folks, internment camps. But go on. I'm glad you brought that out.
And I also feel compelled to apologize for my miscommunication I had last Wednesday when I was at Tabernacles.
Oh, it's okay.
I really meant that the Holy Spirit was so thick that if any tactics the enemy might creep up in mind was quickly identified because it didn't reflect the spiritual utopia I was in being on holy ground.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, brother.
Sometimes I get nervous and all of that. I'm speaking to you because I highly respect you.
Well, thank you. Well, it's okay, brother. It's okay. I'm just a brother, right? But at the end of the day, I understand how sometimes the excitement comes up and there's a loss for words. You're trying to grab exactly the words to say with a minimal amount of time. So sometimes you get anxious and it doesn't come out right. Brother, it's okay. But what was coming out was as if there was an issue you weren't bringing forth.
No.
And I didn't want anyone to speculate that something is going wrong when there isn't. Okay, but I understand.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I didn't want. For all praises, I had a great time. It was a blessing. Them UFOs or whatever I want to say. Hey, everybody was in a whole utopia. It was beautiful.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. I really appreciate it. All right.
Yep. Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom, Elder.
Now, someone asking, thank you for clearing that up also. Someone asks, who are the Italians? Italians are Edomites. Okay? Edomites. Esau's grandson Zepho went into Italy and became king of Italia. And that's written of in the book of Jasher, right? When you look at the god Janus, that's another name for Esau's grandson. That's where the first satanic temple was placed, under Esau, where Satan would come in and out of gates or vortexes into the building like he's doing at the Vatican now, okay? But guess what? It started with Zepho opening up gates so that Satan can come in and interact and direct the republic or his city, okay? Janus is another name for him, Zepho, and right now Esau's grandson Zepho is actually buried in Cyprus, Ayia Napa, Cyprus, till this day, proving everything that we're teaching correct, okay? So Italians are Edomites. Of course, we hear about the war of Hannibal when, yes, there was a scenario where there was a small number of Italians, you know, who are from the tribe of Judah, because we came in, took over, and began to reprocreate with some of their women. And some of the Sicilians, especially dark like us, Moses and others, are from the tribe of Judah. But the whole deal is those are the minority of particular Italians. Italians are Edomites, okay? All right. What's next? All right. Romans, okay, are Edomites. All right. Amia has a comment. We can only take a few more. We can only take a few more before the broadcast ends, okay? I'm going to relax tonight. Emma has a comment. How are you, Emma?
I am blessed. And you, Elder?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to comment. Did you see the video of the migrants in Texas that were sitting on the roadside, and the people were asking them, where are they from and where are they going to?
No.
So they showed them each saying where they're from, and each of them had a state that they were assigned to. Now,
look at that.
Allegedly, huh?
I say, look at that. So they're being prepped on the other side. They know exactly where. It's like resources and all of that. It's like a well orchestrated plan started in their country with their governments moving them into the United States.
Right.
Yeah.
And allegedly, there was a video saying that they were coming in to work for the UN. So I did send that video to you in your email, but I just wanted you to know that, yeah, it seems like they're being prepped to come in and to like be a somewhat army.
Yeah.
To probably, move us into the new situation that they're trying to press on us.
Yeah, I'm going to look into that, sister. I really appreciate that. All right. Bless you.
You're welcome.
All right.
You're welcome.
All right. I'm going to look at that now, and I'll get back with you. Thank you. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Some people were asking when it comes to the Philippines, what tribe that they come from. Okay. Well, there is some information that shows, believe it or not, Naphtali. Okay. And I'm going to be going, and believe it or not, they show in a lot of these so-called, in the Jewish Encyclopedia, it breaks down, believe it or not, the Jewish Encyclopedia breaks down the diaspora who went into Asia, parts of China. Okay. Even Santi sent the research on his family, who's a part of the tribes. We thought he was Chinese, right? And then he go into the family line because they keep the family line separate. And his family is from the diaspora of the Israelites in 721 who went into China. So when you look at Taiwan, when you look at the Philippines, all of the service people of Asia, they're suffering the same things we've suffered over here. They're from the 10 tribes also. Okay. And I think I'm going to put together a chart strictly for Asians, the tribes in Asia. I'm going to put together a chart for that. There's also a lie out there that all 12 tribes went into Africa. Nonsense. Okay. Just because the names of the tribes are in Africa doesn't mean that's where the tribes were. Usually when you go into another country, you name some of the areas based on your family line, right? Even till this day, you got Puerto Ricans who call themselves Ephraim or Joseph or different biblical names. It doesn't mean that they're all these different tribes. Okay. All right. Lisa has a comment. I'm gonna try to steam through some of these. Okay. Quadash, I'm gonna have you next. Okay, I'm going to just try to drill down on a few of these, and that will conclude our broadcast. All right, 2 minutes per call. How you doing, Lisa?
Hi, Shalom,
Shalom, sister.
Elder Rawchaa and Elder Lawya. I had a comment about when you were showing Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And he was saying about the drug thing, and you never showed that his son was on crack cocaine. But
Okay. Allegedly, you know, I
the
didn't.
laptop that they is trying to bring into evidence.
They're trying to indict him. Yeah.
There's a video on that laptop that I had seen that had leaked that he had Obama's daughter credit card.
Well, there's a lot of alleged stuff, and you know, I don't even want to get in it. It was just but understand that I don't want to get into these personal things. Like when I get videos, I show proof of that so that they're not making an accusation or trying to claim that we are bringing misinformation. So even though what you're saying might be right, send me the details so I can show it. Therefore, I don't have to put alleged before everything or try to put a modifier. I'm not trying to censor you, but you have to understand they're trying to do everything to shut down this page. So if you're going to say something about Biden's son or whatever the case is, do me a favor. Send me the information because I have to look at it first to make sure it's something mainstream and I can actually have the mainstream report put it out and comment on it. We've been restricted to a point where we just cannot say things without proving it. They're trying to stop.
Oh, you better believe that's restricted.
Yeah. So
but when it first came out,
Yeah.
I saw it.
Okay.
They had zoomed in on it.
Okay.
And
well, listen.
Right.
And,
you know,
I'm not
they
saying,
all over that laptop now.
well, I'm not saying what you're saying is incorrect. What I'm saying is, in order for me to actually put it out there as fact, right? Like they have our channel under a microscope. So just send the details to me.
I understand.
All right. But hey, I'm not saying what you're saying isn't true. All right. Well, thank you, sister. Send it to me, okay? gatheringas1@AOL.com. And speaking of that, again, the Academy starts this Sunday, October 1st. Go to historytimes.org. We're going to start off with the creation of the universe, and we're going to break down the ranking angels. Who's working for us? That's right. Who's ministering to us from the celestial realm? Okay? We have to know our side and who's on our side in the spiritual realm. Because why? That's right. Satanist, or naturalist, they understand exactly the lower gods they call on to empower themselves against us. Okay? That's right, folks. So we're going into the ranking angels. Make sure you go to historytimes.org and become a part of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. All right? 770 area code. 770 area code.
Oh, yes. Good evening, Elder.
Good evening. How are you?
This is Mariah.
Yes, Mariah.
Great. I just first want to thank you for the mass baptism. I was baptized, so I'm very excited to be a member.
All praises.
I wanted to, yes, all praises. I wanted to find out really how to fast and pray for a job, because that's an area that I've had a lot of difficulty and been fighting a lot of demons. Like I have companies reaching out to me, but then something strange always happens.
I don't understand. What do you mean something strange always happens? What do you mean by that?
Well, like, it'll be where the interviewer is very excited about me, then the job gets put on hold. I mean, it's just constant. Things will happen during the interview where I'm filling out something and just something in my computer that is definitely like it shouldn't be happening. It's just a lot of demonic forces I've been fighting in that area.
Okay. Let me ask you, in the past, have you been dealing with anything such as that would be considered craft, Ouija boards, or anything like that, or going to churches
Oh,
where they're sitting in circles holding hands and?
oh no.
Okay, well,
Oh no.
hey, well, at least you haven't brought anything into your life. So all in all, what I do is, the bottom line is this, sister. If you're in Christ, He's going to open up an opportunity that's good for you. You may think that the job who once wanted you is turning you away, but maybe the Most High don't want you there. Right? So He's directing the path. Just be patient, pray on it, and the right opportunity will open, and you'll understand the reason that other door was shut. Don't believe because they're not letting you in, there's forces working against you. Maybe the Most High have something better for you that you wouldn't have chosen otherwise. So that's the best way to look at it, especially if you're walking right and you're not opening the doors for dark forces, right? You may hope to fill out an application and get hired by a place, but the Most High may want you someplace else. Just stay in prayer, and He'll direct you into the right place, right? But in the meantime, in the meantime, you just was baptized. Fill your lantern. Get into that word, study, and pray and apply the word, and just strengthen yourself so when those doors open, you'll conquer. Right?
Right.
All right?
Right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bless you. All right, coming down on the end of this, but before I do so, is that Kaim?
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. How you doing, Kaim?
All right, pretty good, Elder. I wanted to say yes, that Hebrew Bible Kaim is going to be another fire burning thing, Elder. I know what helped me out is like. Because I be seeing a lot of brothers and sisters being tossed to and fro. Go online and take time out with these lessons, and make sure you praying 3 times a day, because we got to get on one accord. They're going to bring things against us, and we're united. It's going to reach the heavens for us to be covered. And Elder, I wanted to share one scripture. As a matter of fact, Elder, due to the fact that I was going through the lessons very frequently and praying, I was telling brothers about, because I was seeing a lot of so-called immigrants, and they work at smoke shops, and I was just seeing them, and they be panhandling, asking people for money. I see them always on the side, and it's like I started noticing they was like in the neighborhoods where we frequent at, And I wanted to share one scripture. This is Psalms 37:9. It says, "For the evildoers shall be cut off, but those that wait upon the Lord, they shall inherit the earth." So, we got the king, we got the victory, like my brother Barzal say. So, Elder, I want to thank you guys for the work, and I'm gonna keep pushing, and and keep on going through these lessons. Elder, I keep finding lessons after lessons, and I'm gonna try to set up the protocol so I can have a talk with you one day.
Okay, no problem, brother. Look forward to that. All right?
Water.
All right, bless you, and thanks for the scripture. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, what a blessing. Quadasha has a comment question.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Sister Quadasha. How are you?
I am well. Just want to give thanks and praises to the Most High and Yeshaya, and to you for everything that the Most High has blessed you in your walk. The teachings have changed my life.
All praise be to the Most High.
I missed the baptism. Yes, I missed the baptism, and I reached out to the bishop here in New York, but I haven't gotten a response yet.
Okay. Well, don't worry.
And I really.
Well, don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll text him I'll text him your number, and you'll have a call no later than Friday.
Okay. And also what you said about, the people from Venezuela coming over, I see that a lot. And that explains why I see so many, of I didn't even know I didn't know if they was Mexican or where they were from, but now I know, and it's like there's no loans for our people. I have a sweet potato pie business, and they make it so hard for us to get loans, when they can come over and just get mortgages and everything, know.
Yeah.
So it's really hard for our people, but I'm not gonna give up. I'm restarting my sweet potato pie business after the COVID, and
Well,
I have a couple.
Well, I'll tell you this. Well, it's unfortunate what you're going through, but one thing I can say is that the people in the church, even New York, we support one another, right? So if you have a business, you come through the church, and when the sun go down Sabbath, if you have something, a good product such as a good sweet potato pie, man, my mother could make sweet potato pie, boy. But anyway, a sister in D.C. when we were there, oh my goodness, tastes like my mother's. So if you make good sweet potato pie, sister, you have a network of support that people will support you in the church. But make sure you're there first. Make sure you're there first to get the word. You're there to get rooted first. And once you come through, eventually, through time, if you want to bring your products through at a certain time when the Sabbath is over, I'm sure we'll support you. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
I appreciate that.
And another thing is you can become a part of GOCC Network. You go to gatheringofchrist.org, GOCC Network. You get a banner there. And what you can do is, especially if your products are good, right? You can put them in the freezer and package cold sweet potatoes and ship them based on order. So don't let so I'm giving you some insight. Don't let anyone slam the door on you, right? At the end of the day, you have the wherewithal and especially where the mail is in the United States. If you know how to work that together, you have a business right in your own kitchen. You just have a stove or freezer, and you can make it happen. All right, so get a banner on GOCC Network. Make sure you get someone to work on your web page. If they want a few pies or 10 pies in a package, they hit 10 there. They pay it online. It goes directly into you, and it ships right out. So, put your head to it. All right.
All right. Yep, I appreciate that. And can I just ask 2 more questions?
Well,
I know you.
I don't have time for 2. I have time for 1.
Okay, so let me see, because I wrote down. Let's see. Oh, about prayer.
Yeah.
I have been praying with my hands up. Should I not do that?
No,
up.
As long
right
as
above my head.
Sister, listen. As long as your head is covered when you pray, you can put your hands up or down. That's up to you. There's no rules on that. Even though it's the Bible says holding holy hands, and that's just a natural way of doing it. But I'm sure it's okay as long as you have your head covered to pray either way. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm excited about the academy, and thanks again, and thank you to Elder Rawchaa, Elder Lawya as well.
Okay. Well, bless you, sister.
I'm looking forward to becoming a part of GOCC. So I'm really, being patient to get baptized, so I can start fellowshipping here in New York and in Philadelphia, because my family is from Philadelphia.
Okay, now.
And I grew up in Philadelphia.
Good. Well, we look forward to seeing you.
Pike.
We look forward to seeing you. All right.
Yep, Lycan Pike, right off of old Cheltenham Avenue.
I know exactly where Lime Kill Pike is.
My family lived there.
I know exactly where it is. That crazy road. All right. Thank you, sister. So I'm going to give your number to Bishop Shamar, and we're going to go from there. All right.
Okay, thank you. Shalom.
You're welcome. Shalom. Bless you. and welcome to the Hebrew and Bible Academy. And folks, I know you all are getting in, but if you're going to do it, we have the administration processing these things around the clock. And please don't try to press up in the last minute. I'm going to be having my phone is going to be open. People are going to say, and I didn't get in. Here's the opportunity while the administration is waiting on with the email and all that and to process things. Please get in well before Sunday if you can. It helps us out immensely, all right? All right. 267 area code. 267.
Shalom.
Shalom. Your name?
Belinda Kirkpatrick.
I
spoke with you last week.
Yes. How can I help you?
I wanted to know if I'm still going to receive a call concerning me getting baptized here in Philadelphia body.
Absolutely. Hold on. I'm going to send it again. Bishop Amath. All right. Let's see. All right. 267. Your name again?
I have
your name
Belinda.
again?
And I have a question.
Okay, go on. You can
about
ask.
the academy.
Yes, ma'am.
If I'm not able to pay all or pay the half, because this will be my third academy.
Yeah.
Is there any way I can go on a payment plan?
Well, yeah,
Because,
sister. But that's we don't discuss business over the call. But I'm sure if you send an email and let us know what's going on, we'll work with you. Okay. We'll work with you. I mean,
and I wanted to
for those who don't know, it is a cost. It's what, $150 for a 3-month program. All right. But yes, sister. But go on.
The last time it was 75 up front and then the other 75.
Yeah.
But I will explain in the email my circumstances.
Yeah. Well, just well, again, sister, just send an email. Let us know your details. We'd be more than happy to work with you. And their sponsors too.
Okay,
So under certain circumstances, if someone can't afford it, we work it out. Some people, their circumstances doesn't allow them to pay anything. We make sure those people get into. So, but again, that's something separate that the administration deals with. I don't even deal with enrollments. All right. So I would say send the email, lay out your details, and I'm sure we'll be able to help you. All right.
Okay.
All right.
I also wanted to share an experience that Ahaya had protected me from the mainstream music industry. In 2017, I had an interview with a record label to become a ghostwriter, and they hired me. But this was before I knew what direction the industry was going into. And they hired me, but they never called me back because I posted on my social media that I thank Ahaya for giving me this job. And I never started the job.
Yeah.
So Ahaya protected me from entering into that industry. And I'm grateful. Now that I'm seeing all that I'm seeing and I know what I know about the industry, I'm so grateful. All praise to Ahaya.
Well, all praises. Well, we glad we have one for the righteous side. Okay, you can write and do your music right on this side, and still have your soul intact. And that's what we're going to talk about next week. We're going to talk about our next program next week. selling your soul to the industry. That's our Wednesday broadcast. So let's hold what you're saying here, and we're going to talk about that next Wednesday. Selling your soul to the industry. All right? So don't worry about it. You chime in next week, and I think that you'll really enjoy the next program. How we're going to really break that down. All right?
Okay.
All right. Bless you. And I'll see you in the academy this Sunday.
Shalom.
Shalom. All right. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a deep program next Wednesday. All right. Going down, only a few more calls. 330 area code. Unfortunate, this is my last phone call for tonight. But again, I'll be opening up calls for my loyal Patreonies. That's right. The phone calls are open, and we have a lot to discuss since the last time I was on Patreon. So I hope to see you all Sunday. If anyone, if you didn't get a chance to talk tonight, don't worry. I'll answer your call during the Patreon broadcast this coming Friday. So unfortunately, this is my last call for the night. I'm digressing. I'm digressing into digression. Okay. 330 area code.
Shalom, Elder. How are you?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. Your name?
I'm Sister Diagnose from the Cleveland body.
Okay, the floor is yours. 2 minutes.
I just had a really quick question for you. I know earlier you had mentioned that the Venezuelans are Asher, and I wanted to ask if if all like South American countries were Asher, or is it different?
No. From
Argentina.
No. From Venezuela, Colombia, into Argentina. That's Asher. Okay. When it comes to Panama, the Panamanians are Zebulun. Then you have the Mexicans are Issachar. You have the Cubans who are Manasseh. You have the Balikwa Taino, the Puerto Ricans who are Ephraim. There's a lot of different dynamics there. Okay. If you're near the Panama area, all around there, that's Zebulun. You got it?
Yep, I got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Great question. All right.
Have a good night.
Good night. All right. Unfortunately, thank you, Elder Rawchaa, for manning the blog talk. Thank you, Elder Dell and Iraq, for all you do in monitoring.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
Moderating the chat. You know, I love you, brothers. Stay strong. And you brothers and sisters, stay strong in the spirit and understand that you were born into a war. And knowing who you are is half the battle. We're the children of Israel. We are back, and we got next. Have a great evening. historytimes.org. Good night, Lawya.
Yes, sir. Shalom.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama, Gad, the North American gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint to gather our wives and children, then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Gather us in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, highest gathering Israel, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, highest gathering Israel. Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering is